Hey, all two of you that came back after Daddy slapped my ass. He said, no, 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 you don't. You don't watch any shows. Let's just learn a little bit together, guys. Wow, first of all, that happened fast. First of all, yeah, much prefer my spankings to take longer than that. Secondly, now Nan has turned off Breaking Bad and I sound very loud. So, um, that's so interesting. I got a strike. I got an email about it. I totally did. I got striked in the middle of the. No, you're not, Rainy. We're here. Um, I'm just literally learning about. Oh, it would have re-enabled? What? You think it was because I didn't stop to No, 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 no. I don't think they can do that type of assessment in the moment. What I think is that the videos that I was watching are owned by companies that utilize the YouTube copyright AI. Um, it's not about more than one speaker though. It's about those videos being played. Um, because and they have to ask for it to be looked at because technically all the recordings that we get, oh yeah, because for example, I mean, I stream all of the detention docket stuff off of YouTube, and I very often don't speak for a very long time. So I really don't think that it is um oh, it's fine, Raven. I don't honestly, it doesn't actually go against you. Um Copyright strikes don't count against you, I guess, when you're trying to monetize or something. I'm learning all about these, but that was a very fast DMCA claim. Um, that's exactly what it was. So, yeah, they're absolutely public domain is absolutely something. And for example, one of my girlfriends is a musician. So do creators only get struck if their channel is monetized? No, so you don't get demonetized. Monetization and copyright are completely separate policies and things within the YouTube stream. So you can flagrant copyright abuse, yes, um, but it's not it's not quite uh, as cut and dry as like, oh, if you're monetized, you can't use any copyright stuff. There's lots of monetized channels that are reaction only channels where they literally react to other creator stuff. And there is, I believe it's probably the music. Honestly, the music is, Exactly. Yeah. So, the music is automatically like like because the companies that own music are very big. They they have constant going for their music. I would love to do more 50s cooking. I would absolutely love to do it. So this is exactly why I got into a new stream, by the way, this because um I was afraid something like that would happen. What's interesting is my ADHD stream didn't get copyright strike. So again, like as a YouTube creator, I can go and say, "Hey, look for my stuff on YouTube." But I have to proactively go to YouTube and do that. So, um I absolutely understand. The fine print is very important. I've done online content creating before on different platforms, and the fine print is exceptionally important. You lose lots of income and lots of things like that very quickly, but income's really not like again what's really important to me is making good content. The court stuff seems to be just fine at this point. Um, the coverage that I give, I think, hey, Ika, I moved your bowls back over there. I thought you were done. Um, yeah, Denisha, I'm not even in review period for monetization right now. There's not even that's not even happened yet. So I'm not at any risk right now. Before I do apply for monetization, um, they that'll be different. There are um, community guidelines that you can break that actually impact you very much as well. So if, for example, you break the community guidelines, they give you warnings. There's a whole thing about it. And then, but copyright stuff is actually totally separate. So if I went to my YouTube right now, like I'm gonna just for 1 second, it'll probably tell it tells you exactly who copyright struck you. And I've never had, well, I thought I had never had one before, really. And then lately I was looking at the rules and all these different things. And I went to the place where you can search to see if any of your videos have been struck. And I was like, oh my God, one has been struck, but that's so weird. Like, firstly, I've been very careful. Secondly, like, what is it? And I looked and it was a video I made like a year ago before I'd made any court content of me sitting on my deck writing and listening to music. And yeah, do you know the scoop on that, Tanisha? I'd like to hear that. But because I heard rumors that weren't true. So uh, that that sucks. But yeah, so like the last time it said that I got and so I was like, "Oh my God, I have a strike." But it was and it doesn't and they actually said it. Um I think honestly the reality is that there are some content that is not monetizable or not YouTube monetizable. So even though you may bring YouTube a lot of viewers and they may stay on the platform for a long time, which is obviously the main goal of YouTube, um, there are channels that cannot monetize on YouTube for whatever reason. And so you have to look at alternative streams for that. Um, I likely will, I love the points that we have going, and I think that's fun, and I will always keep that free and fun on YouTube for everybody. And I like the different badges and stuff, so I'll probably set up something cute and fun if I'm allowed to for members. But ideally, I would really like a Patreon where I can post content and not worry about it being taken down off of YouTube. And that is sort of the end bit. Yeah, absolutely, Denisha. They're happy to sell, to play your video and put their own ads over it or use your video for getting people in, but yeah. It's I don't know if I do you think it means it? I really don't think it means anything. I don't think that I like there's not a person that's sitting at YouTube going, "Oh yeah, this is it. We've got to we're shutting this shit down. This is too much." Like I really don't think that that's a person. I think it's just the music probably. Actually, that's what I was doing. I was looking at my YouTube. Because it'll tell me exactly what the song was that struck it. Just give me one moment. So whoever's in here, where are you from? Because I would love to know. Um, I know most of it now, but I would like to see. I am out of control. There's no question about that. But I don't apologize for that, and I don't pretend I'm not. So I'm not, there's no clickbait. Okay. Manage my videos. Manage my videos. What would be a real like kudos is if I did a live singing version of a song and got copyright struck for that being a crappy singer. I would be like wear that one with pride. I'd be really happy. Colorado. Where else are we seeing? I didn't promise corn. Not here. Did I? No, I wouldn't have done that. I know YouTube. I'm not allowed to do that here. No, Amy, nobody reports me. It's not about reporting, if that's what you're talking about still. Um, if someone reports you, it could send you for review, but this was not something that was reported. This is literally an auto DMCA claim by probably a music company who I'm going to tell you right now who filter copyright claims. There it is right there. What does it say in it? Who did care? It was two songs, two of them. I swear that touch of mink, not beta film, and Sadie McKee 1934 DVD. That is getting close to being out of copyright in reality. Isn't it copyright like 101 years or something like that? So we are literally, they're going to be out of copyright soon. Core, put it on the screen. I'll put it on the screen if you want. Hold on. I don't mind showing. So you can see it comes up and it says video copyright. This process may take a while, but these are the two songs down here. And then it gives you the option. You can trim it out of the segment or you can dispute it. So I think what probably happened, oh, look, I'm barely on the screen. Like, I'm a really good YouTuber. Um, Yeah, they know. And that's what I mean. Like, there's no this is why I'm telling you, if somebody says, "Oh, I got copyright claim, but they didn't tell me who," that's not true. It's just not. That's because music companies, it's very, 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 very easy to scan the algorithm for music. It follows waves, like it's really easy to catch. In fact, if you don't want people stealing your videos and using them again with the words in them, and you aren't wondering about actually, um, yeah, it was the music that was flagged. But if you're not trying to monetize on the platform, you could play copyright music and it would preclude the video from sort of being sort of stolen in a way or reused in a mass format without your consent or the record label's consent. So yeah, this is what I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly. So I'm usually very careful about that. Other types of copyright flags. So that just told me that this video got taken. These are the two videos. So this was another one. It's been private. I guess I'll make this private. Maybe I'll end up deleting it. Um, this video had copyright. So this is what it tells you afterwards, like if it's affected. Let's see. So the content ID claim on your video does not affect your channel. This is not a copyright strike. That's what that says. Like the last one, which was again music. I have over 10,000 watch hours right now for the last month. Yeah, but so I wonder what I think that that's similar to what, yeah, we're learning about YouTube Daddy. I'm learning all about YouTube Daddy. Um, did you say the cat jumped on your wiener? That's funny. So, but what that means is like when somebody says, "Oh, my court content has been copyright stricken," it's really confusing to me because I'm like, what? What court is proactively out there submitting their stuff to go through these? Like, nobody. So it's not that. Like, yeah. And also, they just straight up say it's not, it doesn't affect your content. Even though this one is like Mother, who is it? Big Boss Man. That's a good song. But what happened to Mandu's channel was what I'm explicitly talking about, which was a channel, the Louisiana Parole Board, specifically going and saying that is my content. And it was. And Mandu had to prove that he was using it within the fair use statute. So, honestly, I think that the average court isn't doing that. They were getting appropriate press for the types of people they were letting out. Let's put it that way. You guys, I know all of those. You know I know them all. Um, and see, like, part of me just aches to go back. So can any of these courts do the same? I don't know. First of all, Artie, I don't want to give them any ideas. Just to be frank with you, because I really don't like the sort of utilization of YouTube Kids or YouTube whatever to circumvent public access to your courts. Um, like I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna verbalize it. I don't want to put it into the ether. So I'm not gonna. I'll write it in Discord later. Um, anyways, so basically they say very straight up, copyright has nothing to do with monetization in the like thing. What's the corn thing? What? Oh, what videos? What? Oh, are you talking about when I said what categories are good already? Um, I don't know if those words are going to get me pulled or not, but um, let me see here. I'm missing something. I'm missing something too. Did you watch those live? See, what I do you guys remember the guy that thought he was absolutely in a civil matter with that lady judge? I want to watch that one, but I don't want to piss anybody off and I don't know whose video it is and I don't want to use it and get in trouble. Um, a few judges have gone dark lately. You know, there is an ebb and flow to all judges all over the country that goes in different waves based on where you are. Uh, you have to keep in mind that a judge, although I know you guys don't do huge yearly vacations in the United States, I guarantee a judge gets probably 4, 6, 8 weeks of vacation, maybe. Um, the So my knowledge is that some courts over the year shut down in a way or go down to bare bones. They don't schedule things for that time period so that them and their support staff can go on vacation and can have the standard yearly leave. They don't necessarily advertise that, and it's not something that you would normally talk about because it's sort of an internal matter. However, when you were used to seeing a court come online all the time, it does stand out. You're like, wait, where have they been? Where have they gone? But you have to keep in mind they have to give vacations throughout the year. So yeah, I don't want to get in any trouble with anybody. So I am not going to post anybody else's videos. But yeah, oh, it's a great question. And the reality also, Toby, is that people are also elected as judges at different times. So sometimes they start campaigning and they do different things. And then on top of that, sometimes they do just stop streaming. I mean, that's the reality. Uh, it's harder these or it's easier for them to say, oh, there's access to the public courtroom, you don't have to like that's the public access. And at this point nobody's really challenged that to say like, oh well, you're sort of going backwards from wider public access to, very localized public access. But um personally I think that some courts that have done that are just like everything. Every judge, every person, there are good, there are bad, there are ugly. And so when you have the eye of YouTubers and YouTube and commenters and people on you all the time, clipping your stuff, your job, like your daily job, and commenting about it or whatever. And perhaps I think when they're unaware of it, it's not as big a deal. But when they become aware of it, it gets into a little, a weird gray area. Jonathan, I've talked about how Zoom Court has had a positive impact on participation of parents in CPS cases, like something like 30 or 40% higher participation rates in the court proceedings because of being allowing them to um, appear via Zoom. Again, I believe that um, Zoom Court could be made a lot better. Because like the reason they sort of are going back to in-person court a lot is because they miss the deference and sort of respect that they get when they're in the courtroom. And so you can give that to them. Like I would make their box bigger and in the same place all the time, and then I would sort of like position all the other people around them, and I would quit things from moving around so much. And like I know for a fact Judge Middleton goes on holidays and all those kinds of things. Judge Middleton, remember he pulled it off for a while. There was this like backlash from the Michigan courts, and you know, it's almost like teachers in a way. It's like it worries me when they were like, "No, don't watch me teach." It's like, "Why? What are you doing?" Like, "Don't watch me judge." Like, "Why? What are you doing?" Like again, that's I think what I personally think is that Judge Manning cares a lot about um people that might be victims or at risk. And there is something to be said. Like I hope I'm sure you guys notice, but I don't ever use people's names in titles of videos, even if they were it was really clear and that would be the easiest way to do it. I just don't think that I don't want to be part of a search of somebody to find their court case online. The court that I post is for people like us, court nerds, to watch. We find it interesting and funny because we watch it a lot, and so it means something to us. It's not the type of thing I'm posting to out people. Um, However, sometimes I'm like, I sort of regret. I have a TPO case posted on my channel called the YouTube Mom versus YouTuber TPO. And that YouTuber has like 1 million followers. And I truly think I might be the only person that has that TPO case. And it's her against her mom, or yeah, her and her mom fighting. And she used to be on The Real Housewives of Atlanta. But I didn't post any of that in the title. Um, and this is so what I gotta do, I gotta talk to Mikey as well. Like he mentioned the other day how he um like checked something beforehand, like checked the copyright. So I'm wondering if there's a way to do that on YouTube um, ahead of time. I bet there is. I know there is. I heard him say it. So now I just have to pick his brain and learn how to do it. The judges liked in person way more than the attorneys. The attorneys are billing out bank hours working from home. You have to understand something. They didn't change shit when they were changing how they bill. So they've already accounted for travel time and how much they say a court appearance costs. So I guarantee it didn't change when COVID started. But they're able to do 6 or 7 in an hour instead of, or whatever. Um, so attorneys liked it. Uh, most of them, I think. Um, Again, I also believe that it really depends on who you're sitting in front of, what you like. You could probably be an attorney and hate a judge or hate the way a court is run. Um, Same goes with, anything. So online courts can be frustrating and difficult to navigate, or they can be very good. I think it's funny how each judge sort of you can tell what sticking points they have based on their standards, their go-to phrases that they use when they're like either finishing or like starting. And it's really interesting because you they're not the same from judge to judge. So it's not as if like they all say well, they all say a few certain things, but they don't all say the exact same. So it's like, why is this important for this judge? Like for example, in CTAC, the lady judge in CTAC, can I post a Discord? I don't even know how to do that. It's time served Discord, by the way. Um, I only just lurk in his, or not lurk, I'm just in his Discord. I'm still gonna have to ask him to make me a kitchen tab. But like I need my words typed up, put off to the side so that I can read back what I just said to myself. You went on a deep dive on the Atlanta woman, on the YouTuber, right? Like, she's Canadian though. That's the other part that gets me. So she's a Canadian who went to Atlanta to be on the Real Housewives of Atlanta for one season, but then she got off, and then she had that horrible, crazy case with her mom, which is like, yuck. Um, and then Ika, what are you bitching about? But yeah, I seriously, I was like, I don't know if anybody has seen this or not, but this was interesting to me. And I looked her up and I'm like, this girl's got freaking 3 or 1 million YouTube followers or YouTube subs. Like, wow. Oh, Jonathan, if you start typing everything I say, I'll love you, but everyone else will hate you. Oh, I love it. Oh my God. That's all it takes for my brain to sort of engage in the idea that had just happened. Um, it is Amy. I just don't know how to get it, and I can't open Discord while I'm live for some reason. Um, okay, let me pull up some court to watch because I know I'm safe with court. She's not so nice. Actually, do we want to start? How long is that first video for the court? The YouTuber mom. Some of my old videos, like they're funny. I didn't really realize like what I what I was doing or which ones I wanted or which ones were the best. And so, oh, uh-oh. Oh, guys, I got a big notice here. A copyright owner claimed some content on your video. Please note, this is not a copyright strike. Okay. What is that? Why then? So you guys, look, I'm gonna pull this up, but it literally, look, it says poses no, this poses, this process may take a while, but it has no impact on the video, it says. No impact on the video, but this important notification here. In the 34th District Court, Lala is asking a question about, hold on. Let me pop back up and get rid of that. Um, I don't I don't do the 34th District Court. Do I? I don't yeah, I don't I'm like 34th District Court. Like 34B, like that sounds familiar. It's Michigan. Oh, meant whatever court. So do I choose mainly because of my tenderness for them, or are they allowed to decline if they don't want their face to be shown? So, yeah, I'm utilizing their original feeds under the YouTube fair use policy for reviewing and using it under that. So, any court. However, with that being said, If somebody was ever in one of my videos and they were uncomfortable with that, I urge them to just shoot me an email and I would absolutely make that uh, a priority to deal with because, like I've said before, that's not my intention to out or sort of alienate anybody specifically. And so if somebody was ever to come across any content that they were a participant in and they had a problem with it, I would be happy to speak with them about it. And that includes judges. There's an open invitation to my kitchen for any judge who would love to come and cook and hang out and watch some court. Swear to God, like when I have that happen, I'm gonna make it. Judge Manning is amazing. She's our queen. So they're in jail. How can they ask me not to post the video publicly? That's a really great question. Well, I mentioned before that I don't utilize any personal identifying factors of people in the video descriptions or the titles. So there's really no way for somebody to be personally identified via my particular video unless somebody already knew to look there and listen for their name. If they later come across that and want it removed, um, they can ask that. But uh, the implicit um, there's an implicit understanding that they are already on Zoom court, which is a public proceeding, and so that's the answer to that. Also, I'm in Canada, so like I just do my own thing and don't worry about it. Well, very often, Lala Queen, you may the comment here is that they noticed most of the videos they didn't let them know before they started their recording, and they will be posting it on YouTube. Well, what I think a lot of people don't realize about court videos is twofold. Firstly, the court themselves, when they go on the Zoom platform to begin the court hearing, they often have a preemptive blurb that they give to the courtroom. And I believe that that includes the Zoom and YouTube disclaimer. However, if you're on a video call in a public court hearing, I think it's an implicit understanding that it is a public proceeding because you have to have a lawyer make a motion to close the proceedings to the public, except in certain cases. But yet again, um, I'm not doing it to specifically out anybody. I'm doing it more for our our education and entertainment. However, I will totally admit, when I first started, I had this goal of covering people's faces that were featured in the videos, but it became increasingly problematic because I'm not good at editing. So that was mainly the problem with that. I just couldn't do it. Like, just not very well and efficiently. So oh, and the second thing is oftentimes if you are yourself not looking at YouTube videos from a court feed, but you're watching them on a LawTube channel, what you'll find is that they often cut the beginning where there's sort of repetitive, boring bits. So you might not hear all of the warnings, etc. Um, I appreciate your concern about my brand, but I'm actually not worried about anybody ever taking the content that I post on my channel. That should be, uh, that's a creator's choice. And as a creator, I'm really happy when somebody shares my content and uses it, as long as they give the appropriate recognition, obviously. And I've had great great experiences with that. So I personally hate having sort of a watermark in the middle of videos because I'd rather just be a team player and try and help everybody succeed by being nice and generous. But I understand what you're saying. But you won't find me going and putting my videos out there to be checked for copyright, like to pull other, that's just not who I am. I'm not going to be doing that. Um, oh yeah, we have Judge Webster. No, she's not in Nebraska. She's in Kansas. Well, it need to be for future reference in case anything happened because it was your original. They can make prison into AI. Well, I again appreciate your help. Me and YouTube Daddy are figuring it out. And like I said, the best thing all of you guys can always do for me, and the easiest way to help me out is to like and comment on the videos, and of course, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Um, one of my, yeah, female Webster's in Kansas, male Webster is in Texas. Um, Sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Amateur hour mindset towards business. The theft of intellectual property is out of control. YouTube thrives on it, so don't worry. Well, and I do have a thank you, Lady Trisha Lawyer. I'm sorry. So I do. I'm sorry. Okay, and now Lala Queen. Yes, they can do anything now. Lately, people are stealing people's faces and dress them up like totally different person and use their identity to go to place, use people's stuff. This is not meant to be offensive. Are you using a translating service? I only wonder because the phrasing of your sentences there is a little confusing to me, and I wonder if you perhaps meant something a little bit different and you maybe started in a different language. No, you're using an AI bot, Lala. Yeah, I've used Chat API. And like deep faking somebody and stuff, like, again, that takes a lot of effort. A lot of effort. But let me, here's what we're going to do. Just to be safe, I'm going to put on some of my own content. Okay. Well, you know what? If somebody can do that, good for them. If they are able to literally make that happen, then great. Put me on somebody's body. I'd love to see that. Um, because I think I just I think that I'm not worried about people taking my face and putting it up for things. I've done enough things with my face myself. So I'm not too worried about it. Um, where is it? Thank you all for being patient with me. I have a lot of videos. Night these hands, get some sleep points. That's a good idea. Um, Fridge, is it? No, I haven't been watching Letitia, honestly. I've heard the updates coming in the Discord from people, but I have not been watching. Ugh. It's not my, I don't know why. I'm just not. I read about that case back and I've listened to a number of true crime things about it, and I don't like her. I'm already, I apparently, and when I get mean on stream, people get really upset. They call me mean in the chat. Not in the chat, actually. It's just in the comments afterwards. Well, my crazy life, first of all that sounds to me like is a very, very cheap and easy way to make a lot of money. You don't even have to get on your back. You can get somebody else's been on their back and use their hard work, but put your face on it. I'm not seeing a problem with that. Sounds like a good idea. Where is it? Why can't I find it, guys? Pay my ghostwriter. Yeah, like that's the thing. You should pay ghostwriter. I hate get on your back, right? Oh my god, why can't I find it? Wasn't it called Mom, but maybe it's called YouTuber? Is it Mom? There it is. Right there. Right there. Right
Please wave us down. We will try to pause until you get reconnected. Make sure you have the clerk's number again, as I mentioned this morning, so that if there are any issues, you can call them and let us know you are trying to rejoin. That number should also be on the virtual court notice that you all have. Uh, Initially, I'm not going to go through all of the opening announcements again because I understand both parties are represented and they have had an opportunity to speak and attempt to resolve those issues. And I do appreciate people attempting to resolve the matters that are before the court because once it's in the court's hands, I can end up making a decision that no one is happy with. So at least when you are negotiating, you have some control over what the outcome may be. So I do appreciate that. At this point, we are going to have a hearing. Um, I am open to consolidating these two hearings given it's the same petitioner and that the respondents are represented by the same attorney. Is there any objection to that? Um, oh, go ahead. Oh, I have no objection, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Heron? Your Honor, I have no objection, except when I showed up before, I showed up at the last hearing, asked for a continuance since I was just retained at that time. And then at that time, Mr. Barlow was actually pro se. I decided this morning after hearing that these cases would be heard today, together, to enter an entry for him. But shouldn't his case be dismissed as a matter of law? Because I think it exceeds the time frame. Um, Let me check on that. Um, Let me pull up the rule nice. I don't believe I was the judge at the last hearing, so I'm going to pull up the rule nice side. And Mr. Branch, if you have any information, you can respond while I am pulling up the rule 9 size in both cases.
So, Your Honor, I believe the petitions were filed on the same day and continue because they, contain the same facts at issue. And
Well,
that
I
would be
think I may have what that Miss Heron, and this may give you some. I think both parties, both defendants, requested a continuance, and that is what based on getting counsel or having counsel that has a conflict on that day.
Okay.
So
And I'm not sure because I was only representing that day,
yeah,
Miss Howard.
and they're usually yeah, I believe he consented to the past 30 days date to attempt to get counsel. And let me look at the rule 9 side just to confirm.
Okay.
Um, all right. Okay, so on March 6th, on February 28th of 2023, um, this was continued at the consent of both parties. Um, so the requested continuance was at the consent of both parties outside the 30 days. That is what the rule 9 site indicates was at consent of both parties. And so, based on that, I will deny the dismissal of his case at this time.
Okay.
Like, just because someone can't request a continuance and then ask for it to be dismissed because the time has passed.
And I'm not sure if he requested one. I was here for Miss Howard at that time.
I understand. And the rule 9 will reflect that it was at the consent of both parties from the previous judge, and so I am going to go with that unless I am presented with clear evidence otherwise. So, based on that, is there anything else we need to take up other than consolidating the two cases?
No, I'm fine with the consolidation.
Okay. All right. So we are going to hear both cases. This is case number 23 PO 1632, Deborah Howard versus Latoya Howard, and 23 PO 1633, Deborah Howard versus Earl Barlow. Deborah Howard is represented by attorney Andrew Branch in both cases, and attorney Terry Heron has indicated she is representing Miss Latoya Howard and is also taking on and representing, and I believe you filed an entry now on Mr. Earl Barlow. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do is, since y'all are represented, I don't need to give you very many instructions. Do just ask that everyone be civil and respectful during this time. These are often very heated matters, so there won't be any interrupting of each other or talking over each other. The attorneys will call, first it's the petitioner's burden, so the petitioner will call their witnesses and introduce any evidence. And then once they have done that, the defense will have an opportunity to cross-examine them as they are presented. And then the defense will have an opportunity to present any evidence if either of the defendants wish to. Okay, and then they may be cross-examined as well by the petitioner's attorney. And so once I've heard all evidence, I will decide if, by a preponderance of the evidence, there has been acts of family violence committed by either respondent in the past and whether there is a reasonable likelihood of future acts of family violence being committed that would warrant the issuance of this 12-month order being extended, or this ex parte order being extended for 12 months. Okay, so that's what the court is deciding. Mr. Branch, you may call and swear your first witness.
All right, Your Honor. And I would like to call in Deborah Howard to stand, please. All right. And Ms. Howard, could you unmute yourself real quick? And please raise your right hand as you were. So do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, and you can put your hand down. So, Ms. Howard, what is your relationship to the respondents in this case?
She's my daughter.
Okay, and what about Mr. Barlow?
He is my daughter's boyfriend.
Okay. And what is what's one of the, let me rephrase. So, with regards to your daughter, have you ever filed a TPO petition against her?
I've filled one out, but I never submitted it.
Okay, and when did that occur?
I believe it was May 2021.
Okay, and why did you or attempt to file a petition in May of 2021?
There was some family violence that took place with her coming over to my apartment and creating chaos in the property management office and threatening me and to get me kicked out and evicted. And so they had called the police to come to the residence. And she was just stating that she's the one reason why I'm there in that apartment and just saying a lot of threats towards me. I'm going to kill you, give me my stuff. And that happened. So that was the reason why I called the police. When the police came, they suggested that I submit a TPO. And I'm going to object to hearsay.
And
Mr. Branch,
I have no objection. I'll have
Right.
her.
I'll sustain the hearsay objection.
Okay, and so Ms. Howard, the police were called on that incident in May 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
And was anyone arrested at that point?
No.
Okay. And did you take any steps to file a protective order against her at that point?
I'm going to object to relevance. I mean, a TPO wasn't filed. She actually testified to that already.
Mr. Branch, what's your response?
I would say it's relevant to the fact that to establish that there was a reason to file a protective order, whether or not it has been adjudicated yet.
I mean, you can ask her. It has been referenced once. I'm gonna overrule the objection. I think if she was seeking a TPO, it may go to reasonable fear. And if she had fear in the history of the parties, but beyond that, I don't know how far down. If she objects again, we won't. It may sustain the objection depending on how far you get out in this line of questioning. All right, but I will allow this question.
Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Howard, you said that you attempted to file a TPO, but it was never filed. So, what happened what was the relationship between you and your daughter between May 2021 and now? How did that relationship go?
It was off and on good, great times, wonderful times together. I love my daughter. We had great times together. It's just that every time she enters into a relationship with a young man, she changes. There's just hostility. There's arguing, and stuff like that. So for those reasons, she was still married at the time when she was with her ex-boyfriend who shot at her. I'm gonna object to relevance. We're here about any kind of TPO against Ms. Howard and Mr. Barlow.
And we can move on, Judge. It's fine.
Okay, I'll sustain that objection as to relevance if it's not surrounding an act of violence by either respondent or petitioner.
All right. So, Ms. Howard, you filed your petition in January of 2023. So, what events led up to you filing this current petition?
My daughter and her boyfriend took all of my personal property, valuables, my minor daughter's property that she allowed me to keep in her garage, and took it to a dumpster. And she sent me a photo of it, and that's where everything started. She
Okay,
sent me.
let me stop you real quick. And so, where have you and your daughter ever lived together?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you and your daughter begin living together?
2019.
2019.
in
Okay.
her married home.
All right. And did you live there continuously from 2019 till 2023?
No,
Okay. So when is the most recent time that you lived with your daughter?
July
Of
2020,
of what year?
2022.
Okay. And so when did you ever live with Mr. Barlow?
Well, he was just kind of in and out of the residence at the time, but he moved in, I believe, in October.
Okay. And so when you moved in with your daughter in July, how did you guys get along at that point?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And so after Mr. Barlow moved into the residence in October of 2022, how
Hold
did
on, I need to get just some clarification on dates because I'm sorry to interject, but I want to make sure I have the dates correct. So I heard the petitioner state that she lived with the respondent in her home from 2019 until July 2022. Is that correct?
No.
no, Your Honor?
Okay, can y'all go back through the timeline about the living with together and then who may have moved in when? Because I got a little confused by that. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So, Miss Howard, in 2019, how long did you live with your daughter? From what months until?
I would say to about 2021, maybe January 2021. We moved out of there. We went into an Airbnb, and from the Airbnb, we went into her new townhome together.
Okay. And so in January 2021, it seems like you were no longer living with your daughter. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And so you had your own apartment.
We had we both were in separate Airbnbs together, separate Airbnbs, but we still had communication because I came here to look after my grandchildren to help my daughter. I got her sponsored. I got her whole family their visas so they could relocate and pursue a better quality of life here. There's more opportunities here for them. And then I came afterwards to help her with the family and the children.
Okay. So from January 2021 until um, July 2022, you were living separately. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then you moved in with your daughter in July of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. And then while you're living with your daughter, the respondent, Mr. Barlow, moved in around October 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, how did the the living dynamic change, or did it at all, when the respondent or Mr. Barlow moved in?
Yeah, Mr. Barlow moved in, and because my daughter and I had a conversation about it, I wasn't happy about it because she wasn't divorced, and he moved in to live. We have three minor children also there.
Yeah, and I'm going to object to relevance. I mean, we're here on very narrow issues, and the allegations that's being made, not the history of, unless she's alleging violence or anything, but very narrow issues here in the TPO.
Mr. Branch?
We are moving into the violence now. We tried to skip over the living situation from 2019 to 2021, but we wanted to provide you some clarity for the history of that dynamic. But that was not a focus that we intended to have to discuss.
Okay. I will hear about the history of the relationship leading up to the violence between the parties. Whether someone was married or not and had someone living with them is not on its own relevant. But if it's part of the history of the parties leading up to violence, I will hear it, but I will give it the weight that it is due. So I'm going to overrule that objection at this time. Go ahead, Mr. Branch.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Howard. So, would you agree that you and both respondents had disagreements while living together?
Yes.
Okay, and so what was the living situation, or how did you feel about the living environment you were staying in when all three of you were living in that house?
It became very hostile. He brought in a lot of ammunition, and he told me that he had papers for it, but I was really concerned because of my minor grandchildren being there, and I was taking care of them there.
And
So
what do you mean by ammunition?
guns in the house.
Okay. And so
And
you disagreed about the guns in the home?
yes,
Okay, and were there any other major disagreements that you had with the other parties?
yes. Then he wasn't happy about that. He gave me the impression that he wasn't happy with how I felt about the living arrangement. And so he was threatening me, you know what I mean? I will die for your daughter. And anyone who tries to mess with her, I'll mess with them. I'm strapped. I got backup, so just stay out of my way, stuff like that. Just very derogatory statements he would make to me. So I didn't feel comfortable staying there. I didn't feel comfortable sleeping there anymore. So I felt that it was time for me to leave that premises.
Okay, and at what point did you move out of your daughter's home?
Probably about September, October, the end of September, October.
Okay,
Mhm.
so and you said your daughter's boyfriend, so Mr. Barlow, moved in at what point in 2022?
I believe in October.
Okay, so did you and Mr. Barlow ever reside in the home at the same point?
Yes.
Okay, and how long did that was that period?
Very short, maybe like 3 to 4 weeks or so.
Okay, and so you said um, threats were being made by Mr. Barlow. Did your daughter ever make threats during the time that you were living with her?
Yeah, she was like, you can run, but you can't hide. I'm going to stick with my man. That's the kind of language that she was using. Get out. If you don't like it, get out. Get out of my way. I'll kill you if you don't get out. Just very. She was saying things in an angrily way, but I didn't want to take that because now she has this man here with this ammunition. I was very scared and I didn't feel safe or secure in the home. So I just felt like it was time for me to go, especially when my daughter started lashing out at me like that.
Okay, and so I want to move on to some of the allegations you mentioned in your petition. Um, so you mentioned earlier that some of your belongings were thrown out by the respondents. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that incident occur?
Thursday, October the 20th.
Give me 1 minute to just try one thing. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna make sure. Yeah, see, I have a bunch of things open on here that I shouldn't have, so I gotta close them out. I can't get monetization right now, unfortunately. I am uh, waiting on my AdSense account to be, yeah, fixed or created, I guess. Oh, and yes, thank you guys for liking the videos or disliking. All the engagement is really helpful. That's really oh my God. So I feel bad because I literally have, we're gonna see how much better things get, okay? In just a second. Close. Oh. Ika, I'm busy. Can you give me 1 minute, please? And then I will open that. Do you hear this? She's freaking out. Urker. Now we're gonna try it.
Okay, and um, why do you recall that day so specifically?
What do I recall on that day?
Yeah, what occurred on that day that stands out to you?
That she sent me a photograph of all of my property that she allowed me to keep in her garage in front of a dumpster.
Okay, and what did you do in response to those photos being sent to you?
I began to ask her, send her texts like, "What's going on? I don't understand what's going on. I'm supposed to be moving my stuff out of your property on the 29th of October. What's going on? Why are you doing this? And then she sent videos of her actually going back to the dumpster in the evening when it was dark and taking all my property out of the suitcases and boxes and actually throwing them in the dumpster, showing me my property and then throwing it in the dumpster. And I was just beside myself. I just didn't believe this was happening.
And so, what possessions were thrown away or lost on that day?
My everything, my jewelry was gone, computer, laptop, clothing, shoes, my especially my identification, my minor daughter, and my passport and our birth certificates, because I trusted my daughter to keep everything safe in her garage. So I had all of my valuable things there, getting ready to move on the 29th of October, and it was just at a dumpster. Like there was no regard for my property or anything like that.
Okay. And how did you contact your daughter regarding those items?
Well, I called her and she called me an evil woman, you wicked woman. She was just making a lot of derogatory statements. I said, "Why are you doing this to me? Why can't we talk about it?" She was like, and then she just hung up the phone on me. Then she sent me the videos of my property, taking them out of the boxes, throwing them into the dumpster. And I just thought, I was just really shaken up. So I called the police and see if they could help me retrieve my property from the dumpster.
Okay. What happened when the police were called?
Um, they came to, well, her and the boyfriend wasn't at the residence as yet. I was there at the residence and waited for the police to come. They came, and when they came, after her and Earl showed up in the car at the residence and they went into the apartment, the police told me to wait outside by my car, and he went inside the residence with Earl and Latoya. They just came back from throwing all my stuff away because the aunt was there, told me that they went
I'm
to.
gonna object to hearsay.
Mr. Branch?
We can stay away from statements that
Okay.
she heard from Rand.
So, ma'am, you can't say what anyone else has said unless they have. There's some exceptions if someone's been here and testified, and other things your attorney can talk to you about or elicit from you. But at this point, I will sustain this objection as to hearsay.
Okay.
And so, Ms. Howard, you said you called the police. They spoke with respondents, and what was the result of that their investigation?
Well, apparently the police officer, he came back out to me after speaking with them on the inside of their home, and he came back out to me and he told me that
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Mr. Branch?
I will rephrase the question.
Okay, I'll sustain that objection. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Howard, was anyone arrested on that day?
no,
No? Okay. And did the police review any evidence that you had?
yes,
Okay. What did you show the police?
the picture that Latoya sent to me from her phone and the videos.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, could you please display Petitioner's Exhibit 1, please?
And let me ask,
Judge Davis, you are muted.
muted myself. Have y'all exchanged this evidence ahead of time?
We have.
Okay, great.
All right. Ms. Howard, are these photographs or are these screenshots of messages you showed the police on October 20th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay. And are these all messages between you and your daughter on that day?
yes,
Okay. And this message chain contains the photographs and the videos that your daughter sent you of her disposing of your belongings.
yes,
Okay. And have you altered or manipulated these photographs in any way?
no,
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to tender plaintiff's or petitioner's exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Plaintiff's exhibit 1 is admitted without objection.
Okay. And so, Ms. Howard, is this the photograph you received from your daughter showing you that she had disposed of your belongings?
It is.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, could you scroll down a few pages? I believe we'll be on page 4. Okay, and those are Miss Howard. Are those the videos that she sent later that evening of her disposing of those belongings?
Yes.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, could you please share Petitioner's Exhibit 3 with the gallery? And okay, and Ms. Howard, that was the video that was sent to you in that text message chain in Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, and so what was in that video? What are we looking at?
We're looking at the property that was positioned in front of the dumpster. She's going back and opening up my suitcases and throwing all of my property inside the dumpster now.
I'm going to object. I think the video speaks for itself, and I didn't see anybody opening suitcases or anything. So if we're tendering this into evidence, I think the video speaks for itself, but I don't think any of us saw what she just described.
Mr. Ranch?
I feel that the video, what she just described, was exactly what was in that video. There was belongings being tossed into a dumpster in front of the building.
Okay. The video will speak for itself. She can say what she believes, but she can't speculate. So I will give the video the weight of what is shown in the video. So I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, but I have noted what the video shows versus, and I'm also taking notes about the testimony. So I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Clerk, could you please share Exhibit 4? That is the second video that is listed in that message chain. Okay. And so, Ms. Howard, that was taken later on that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as opposing counsel said, we can't see any faces in this video. Why do you believe that this is the respondent in the video?
Because it was sent from her phone to me, my phone, and she made it very, and I know my property and I know where it was located, and she also expressed that she threw my things in a dumpster in Texas to me. So I know that my daughter and her boyfriend were there disposing of my property.
Okay, and why do you believe the respondent, Mr. Barlow, was present at that time as well?
He's always with my daughter. She told me that he was with her. He also sent me texts expressing his hatred towards me, and so I knew he was there with her. He told me he was there with her. He's always there with her.
Okay, and so you said he reached out to you, expressing his hatred. Was that was over text message?
Yes.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, could you please share Petition Exhibit 2, please?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Petitioner's Exhibit 2. Right. And is that the whole? Can you zoom out a little bit so we can see the whole the name? Okay. So, Ms. Howard, um, is this the message you were referring to that was sent by Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Okay, and the only name that is indicated on this message is Slip 23. So,
Yeah.
what is that? The significance of that name in connection to Mr. Barlow?
That's his nickname. That's the name that he uses on all his social media platforms, and he prefers to be called that name rather than Earl Barlow.
Okay, understood. And this is a screenshot that you took on October 20th.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the same day that your belongings were thrown in the trash can.
That's correct.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'd like to tender Exhibit 2 into evidence.
And I'll object. I don't know the relevance.
The relevance is this was an aggressive text that was sent around the time, or likely around the time that the belongings were tossed into this dumpster on the same day.
And I just renew my objection because I mean, it has nothing to do with any kind of act of family violence. I'd hear opposing counsel say aggressive text, but aggressive doesn't meet the standard of TPO.
Well, I think he's supporting evidence in support of the acts of family violence or her reasonable belief. It's my call whether it is an act of family violence or whether it's just a harassing, rude text versus whether it's threatening. And so I'm going to overrule the objection, and I'm going to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Okay,
And I renew Your Honor, I renew my objection. And also, as far as my objection is concerned, I don't think this has been authenticated.
All right, that's a different objection.
Okay, not a renew, but new objection.
That's a different objection.
I don't believe it's been authenticated.
Mr. Branch, what is your response?
so are you saying it hasn't been authenticated it haven't laid the proper foundation? Would you like more context around this screenshot?
No, I said authenticated.
So, Ms. Howard, is this a true and accurate copy of the screenshot that you took on October 20th from of this message?
Yes.
And have you altered it in any way?
No, I have not.
Okay, and Your Honor, I would like to submit this as a properly authenticated message.
Hey, I understand the editing program. I think we're all looking at an editing program right here.
Okay, well, I'm going to admit it that those arguments are going to go to the weight of the text versus admissibility. She says that this is a text she received from the person she knew to be respondent Barlow. So I'm going to admit it. Any questions as to its intention and as to whether it was really from him or not will go to weight. So it is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would like to note that the editing program is in a program that the clerk of the court presents all the evidence. This is not how I've submitted a PDF file and added a screenshot.
Okay.
And I'm just saying that because I don't see times, I don't see any other messages, so I'm pretty sure it's edited. But Your Honor has already made her ruling.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Branch.
All right, and Madam Clerk, you can take this from the screen. Thank you. All right. All right, so Ms. Howard, so the reasons you believe that
I'm going to object to leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
So after receiving these messages on the 20th, did the police arrest anyone related to this incident?
No, they did not.
Okay, did you give the police a statement related to this incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, or Madam Clerk, could you please present present Exhibit 8? And actually, Madam Clerk, I don't need this exhibit right now. I apologize. So, Ms. Howard, all these incidents occurred on October 20th. Were there any other incidents that occurred between these parties and you?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you referring to? What else has occurred?
Yes, on October the 22nd, I took my minor daughter that stayed with my older daughter, Latoya, to get her permit and was returning back with my other daughter and my minor daughter to take her back to Latoya's residence. And Latoya, no, okay, let me just stick with what I know. Okay, so I took her back. And then when we got there, Latoya, her aunt, and Earl approached my car, and Latoya was saying to me, "Debbie, get out of the car. I need to speak with you," yelling and acting really like just aggressive. And I didn't want to talk to anyone because of the previous incident. I just wanted to drop off my mother daughter and get out of harm's way. But she approached the vehicle, opened up the passenger side that my other daughter was on, and was yelling at me to get out of the car, get out of the car right now. And so I dinged the horn because I knew that others were around me. I heard there was banging, some noise going on around my car. I got really nervous. I started to reverse the car, and somehow my daughter that was in the passenger seat had an opportunity to close the door, and they were banging, kicking on my car, and just yelling and screaming and stuff like that. So I just reversed and left the property.
Okay, and so you said you had your two daughters in your vehicle, is that right?
Yeah, I was
And then the people that approached your vehicle were the two respondents, and then you said a Jillian.
the aunt, yeah, Julian.
And so what you said? What did Latoya do during this incident? Exactly, what was her?
Her energy was just like wanting to fight, wanting to war, and even with all that took place, my energy was just peace, trying to figure out what's going on. I didn't even know what's going on. I'm trying to figure everything out, and um, she was yelling, screaming, "Debbie!" She never calls me Debbie. She always calls me mom. You know, she's normally a very loving child. You know, so but she was telling me, "Debbie, get out of there. I need to speak with you. Get out." And opened up the car door.
And she opened up the driver's side door.
The passenger side door. She was coming up from the passenger side, yelling.
And where was Mr. Barlow during this incident?
I seen him walk towards the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and how long were you in by the respondent's home and dropping off your daughter?
I would say maybe 3 to 5 minutes or so.
Okay, and so people are screaming. Did you hear anything else?
It was just a lot of chaos. It was just a lot of yelling and screaming, and I heard banging on the back of my car. I don't know what was going on, really. I just was like trying to get out of the way, and I was just confused. I didn't know where they came from, why they were approaching me in the visitors' parking. I wasn't in front of her home. I just was confused.
Okay, and why did you park in the visitor parking and not in front of her home?
I parked there because I just wanted to drop my minor daughter off, and because of the incident that took place on Thursday, I just felt very unsafe to go in front of anywhere around her property. So I thought it would be safe for me to just pull into the visitors' parking, reverse, and leave. But that didn't end up happening.
And how long were you in the visitor parking before you were approached by the respondents?
It was, to me, it was like they were just ready. They were just waiting for me to pull up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you backed out and left. So what happened after you left the parking lot?
So I backed out and left the parking lot. I drove to the gas station to get some gas, probably like maybe 15, 20 minutes away from where my daughter lives. And then when I got there, I noticed that all my four tires were flat on my vehicle. All four of them were flat.
Okay, and do you recall running over anything on the trip to the gas station?
No,
And did you run over anything when exiting the parking lot at near the respondent's home?
no.
And did you have someone inspect your vehicle to determine what the issue was?
Well, I had to call AAA because I wanted to know what how come this has never happened to me in my lifetime. So I just wanted to know, like, why are all my tires flat? I called AAA. They came out. Asked me if I was in any kind of dispute with anyone, and I told them
And so, did you do you think it could have been from normal wear and tear that all of your tires had popped?
absolutely not. I just got new tires on my car.
Okay, and where were you coming from on the way to the where were you heading or coming from before you showed up at the respondent's home?
I was coming from the DMV office to get my daughter her permit.
Okay, and okay, so it was a permit test. Did she have a driving exam that day?
She had it, yeah. It was a virtual exam on the computer. Yeah.
Understood. Okay, so Madam Clerk, could you please share Petitioner's Exhibit 6? Okay, and Ms. Howard, are these photographs of the tires that you just described to the court?
That's one of the tires. Yes.
Okay, and when was this photograph taken?
October the 22nd.
Okay, and was this before or after the altercation with your daughter and Mr. Barlow?
After.
Okay, and have you altered these photographs in any way? And Madam Clerk, if you could scroll through 1 through 4.
I have not.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'd like to tender Exhibit 6 into evidence, please.
Miss Heron?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the documents and, no objection.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
Okay, and Ms. Howard, why do you believe your tires were in this condition?
I believe that my daughter and her boyfriend punctured my tires.
Okay, and when do you think they did that?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
Mr. Branch?
I can rephrase my question.
Okay, then I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, Ms. Howard, do you recall if your tires were in good condition prior to arriving at the respondents?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, you can remove these from the screen. Thank you. All right. And now, my last line of questioning is about the timing of your TPO. So, these incidents occurred in October 2022, but you didn't file your petition until January 2023. So, could you explain to the court what caused you to delay in filing your petition?
Well, I filed a police report, and after the four tires were punctured, I submitted a supplemental report to add to the existing report that I had. And then I was very fearful because Mr. Barlow very violent and verbally expressive towards me, and I didn't want there to be any backlash or retaliation against me for doing it. And I felt like there may be. So I had a talk with family members, and they told me that they think it's in my best interest.
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
So,
Well, I felt like it was
I'm gonna sustain.
I felt like it was
Hold on, everyone, hold on. Remember I said don't talk over each other, and if there's an objection, everyone needs to pause and let everyone have their moment to answer and respond. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. Mr. Branch, you may continue with your witness.
okay. And you had a custody hearing with your ex-husband in November, is that correct?
with my child's father. Yes.
Okay, and the respondent testified at that hearing, is that correct? Against you.
Yes.
So, could you explain why you filed this petition, or this petition wasn't filed in retaliation, or was it? Could you explain if that is connected in any way to this petition today?
Absolutely not. I'm a domestic violence victim of domestic violence, and I just felt like my daughter and I needed protection, being that my daughter was going through all these measures to retaliate against her mom, and I don't understand why. I just wanted some sort of mediation, some sort of reconciliation in some kind of way, shape, or form. But she just became very hostile against me, and with this boyfriend by her side, that's to me egging it on. I just felt very fearful, and I felt that it was in my best interest to move forward with the TPO at that time. She doesn't have no relationship with my child's father at all. And next thing you know, she's at this domestic violence hearing testifying against her own mom when she was used to protect me from this man. So I was just very confused, and I felt like I needed to protect myself from any sort of danger.
Okay, and I have no further questions, actually. Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Heron, you may cross-examine.
Thank you. Ms. Howard, since October 20th, have you spoken to your daughter, Ms. Howard?
No.
Have you been in any kind of contact with Ms. Howard since October 20th?
No.
And so you felt it necessary to file this TPO in January of this year after having no contact with Ms. Howard.
Yes, because I've had indirect contact. I've heard threats and from her telling other family members about me. So I felt that it was in my best interest to file the TPO.
I'm gonna ask where is that stated in your protective order?
I don't know. Maybe we should pull it up and see.
Or maybe you didn't state that, right?
Absolutely, it was a part of the reason why I felt it was necessary for me to file the protective order.
Why did you feel the need to go and supplement your police report?
Because there was more incidences that took place after that I felt really concerned about, and I just wanted the police to have knowledge of what was taking place. It escalated situations that were happening, and it was just really disheartening to me.
Do you have a copy of your supplemental police report?
Yeah, I submitted it to the court.
Okay. And in fact, you don't allege any new incidents. Is that correct?
I beg your pardon?
You don't allege any new incidents. You just said you filed a supplemental report because there were new incidents.
There were my family members and people on social media. My daughter is a very known social media celebrity. She has a lot of influence in the social media platform. So people were telling me what she was.
I'm gonna object to hearing anything that anybody was saying outside of anybody that's here right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna sustain that objection as far as it goes specifics about what someone said. However, you did ask her about why she did. So I will allow her to say that she filed because she heard threats from other parties. But other than that, we're not going to go into what someone said or didn't say.
So, from what I can gather, as I contemplate my words here when I'm unmuted and live, um, because it's not everybody reads the comments or the live chat, but uh, people are listening. So, um, she's a pretty big YouTuber in Canada. They're Canadian. This is the other part that's just like, I'm so sorry to begin with that they brought their petty BS down to Georgia for some reason and are airing all of this dirty laundry. Um, she has, I think she's like a lifestyle blogger, makeup blogger. Um, she hosted some sort of award ceremony. She was on The Real Housewives of uh, Atlanta as like a friend of the housewives for one season. Um, so that's got to tell you all you need to know. Like, she moved from Canada to Atlanta to be on the reality show. So, anyways, what I'm not sure um, the if we've heard it yet or not, but I remember this from the hearing, this is already posted on the channel, by the way, guys. It's called YouTube Mom versus YouTuber Daughter TPO. But she either has already testified or will testify that she paid her mother $6,000 a month for like just to help her for like years and years and years and years and years. And what they're fighting over is like promo materials that the girl was sent by different like companies. So just keep that in mind. And some of the comments on the video are actually very interesting because people are like, wow, I would have never thought to see this person and this person. Because some of the people that end up testifying in this case have been on her channel quite a bit. So, yeah. Let's continue. Oh, also, do you notice that? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Okay. So, what happened? The reason that she's not on The Real Housewives of Atlanta anymore, but yet she's still in Atlanta, is because she used to be married to some big celebrity guy, possibly a fighter. I don't know. And then the, she, I guess, had an affair, and her mom supposedly in this hearing calls out that she was having an affair. And I guess evidently that didn't go down very well because it was an affair with a pastor. And then she's just started dating this dude who's got the hat on, and he's like a record label guy. I believe her channel's Latoya Forever. That's who I believe it is. But yeah. Also, yeah, he's wearing the hat. Strapped record? I don't know. Is that the company? See, I probably caught even bigger people than I even knew. Yeah, that's what I sort of gathered from the when I watched the case the first time and then put it together. I did some, oh, okay, yeah, I understand. Um, when I first put the case together, again, it's very odd to me that first of all, they're even doing this in Atlanta. Like she's Canadian and her mom's Canadian. So they moved down there. Like that's shocking to me. Also, right now, my guys, look at this. That looks, want to talk about watermark and like branding? How good does that look with the KCC? I'm just sort of tooting my own horn here. Yeah, the backstory is probably better than the case, but she's quite litigious. So I'm not about to pull up any of her stuff and get put in YouTube Daddy jail before I even get on the YouTube Daddy train. Um, anyways, I think this looks really good right now. Really good. Yeah, she's very popular. That's why I thought, like, damn, YouTube Daddy train. Okay, let's continue on. I'm gonna make a. I think I'm gonna have a cup of tea. I know, like, doesn't it look like it's like maybe lit itself down there? I'll never be able to hit this shot again. It's like, have you guys ever, maybe you're not like this, but I don't know how to do my hair or makeup really. I have very limited skills in those. And so most often my hair is like down or up. Like there's like two, maybe three um like things that I can do for hair. But have you ever had a random like really good hair day where you've done a style and you're like, "What? I did that?" That happened to me one time when we were taking it was a thank the Lord, a day we were doing pictures as a family, and I like did my hair in this style I've never done before, never done since, can't replicate, but it looked amazing, and everyone was like, "Wow, your hair looks great." I'm like, "I know, thank you. Oh my God." But again, that's exactly what's going to happen here. There will be absolutely no way for me to replicate this again. Um, yeah, maybe that's why the visual imagery in my aphantasia. New boyfriend has dollar bills, y'all. And he is going to be very unhappy in a moment here because he gets asked to, not in a moment, but during this case, he gets asked to take his hat off. And he's like, what? And also, the mom is trying to get TPOs against both of them. If you notice the numbers under their names, the middle square is a respondent, and so is the boyfriend. He's got respondent as well.
Your Honor, and her statement was in reference to when I asked her about the supplemental police report. She actually said that there were new incidents. I want to go over some things with you. Okay, first of all, I want to go over that day that you actually alleged that was it Miss Howard or who actually punctured your tires?
I didn't see who punctured my tires.
Okay, and the tire that we actually saw, what was that white line in your tire?
I didn't see a white line in the tire.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I can ask for Mr. Branch, what exhibit was that with the tire? Can we bring that back up on the screen?
Yeah, this is Exhibit 6.
Okay, can we bring that back up?
And y'all can just ask Madam Clerk to pull up exhibits when you have one you'd like to refer to.
Thank you. All right, this is one of the photos. And so, what is this white in your tire?
I have no idea. I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. You're not a mechanic, and in fact, you didn't see anybody puncture your tires. You put in a police report that your tires were kicked. Is that correct?
All of my four tires were punctured by the AAA um, person that came to tow my vehicle to the tire shop.
Why did AAA puncture your tires?
No, they came. They told me that my tires were punctured. They confirmed that my tires were punctured.
Okay, and where's the puncture? Show me on this picture, where's the puncture?
I can't tell you where the puncture is. I just know that all tires are flat.
Okay, and you said you drove 15 to 20 minutes to the gas station?
Yes.
Okay, 15 to 20 minutes to the gas station, all four tires, and you want us to believe that 20 minutes earlier that either Miss Howard or somebody actually punctured your tires, but you were able to drive 20 minutes.
I'm just letting you know what I know about you. I can't give you any details about that. That's what you say. I don't say that.
Well, I'm asking you. You actually said it was 15 to 20 minutes that you drove. Is that correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
It takes time for air to come out of tires. I don't know the situation, but I just know for what I know for factual is that all my four tires were flat when I got
Tell me where everyone was positioned when you were at the house.
Can you please repeat your question?
Tell me where everyone was positioned. The date that you say this happened. Tell me where everyone was positioned.
It was a very chaotic day. High levels of stress, yelling, screaming, banging on my car. I couldn't recall where everybody was positioned, but everybody was ready for me when I got to the property. Latoya was on my right hand side on the passenger door. Her aunt was the rear passenger door, and Mr. Barlow was in the back.
Okay. And did you file a TPO against the yacht?
I beg your pardon?
Did you file a TPO against the yacht?
Did I file a TPO?
Correct. You said there were 3 people that day.
Yeah, the aunt is noted on the TPO, yes. No, I
No.
didn't file a TPO against her because she doesn't live in Atlanta. She's from Toronto visiting Atlanta.
Okay. Did
Why
you
would I
tell
file?
the, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. You
I don't
finish
have
your testimony.
No, it's okay. Go ahead with your questioning.
Okay. And then also after this incident, you said there was no contact between you and Miss Howard, but you actually went to Instagram and did a live.
This year, on March 11th, yes.
Okay. What did you talk about in reference to Miss Howard?
I didn't mention my daughter's name.
What did you mention?
I don't recall.
Relevance, Your Honor?
I don't recall.
The relevance is she's saying that Miss Howard is harassing her. She's alleging acts of family violence, and I'll show my evidence in just a moment, but I'm giving her a chance to actually talk about what she talked about.
Okay, so one, let's Miss Broom, you can take down the
I'm
photos,
just gonna
please.
ask.
Thank
Okay.
you. You're reading my mind. All right. And then I'm going to initially anyway, I'm going to overrule the objection and let her ask about this, as it does go to the relationship between the parties and whether there's a reasonable fear. And so I will allow her to ask this and answer, depending on how things go. If you want to renew your objection later, you may. All right, Miss Heron.
Go ahead, Miss Howard. So, what did you talk about in the video?
Why don't you present the video so that we can all hear it?
Miss Howard.
I don't recall.
Hold on, stop. Ma'am, I need you to answer yes, no, or explain it, or answer the question. The witnesses don't ask questions back to the attorneys, okay? Thank you. All right, Ms. Heron, you may ask your question, and ma'am, you may answer it as is appropriate. All right, Ms. Heron, go ahead.
Did you speak about Miss Howard in your video?
I do not recall.
Okay. All right, one moment. And I'll save the videos for last, Your Honor. Also want to ask you about your testimony that you felt threatened in the house when you were living with Miss Howard and Mr. Barlow.
Yes.
But you had a daughter that actually continued to reside with Miss Howard. Is that correct?
Yes.
How old is that daughter?
16.
Okay. And so if it was such a hostile environment, why did you allow your 16-year-old daughter to stay there?
Because nothing was directed against my daughter, it was against her mother.
Is she the same daughter that's in this TPO?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can have relationships, different relationships with different family members. It doesn't have to be the same type of relationship. But the sad thing is that the relationship that LaToya was projecting towards me was very hostile in the presence of my minor child, and that concerned me. But yeah.
She accused you of stealing, right?
Who's that?
Miss Howard.
Yes.
She accused you of stealing from her. In fact, the items that were actually thrown away, those were not your items. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
What was in the boxes?
All of my personal property.
What are those what personal properties?
My jewelry, my IDs, my clothing, my shoes, a lot of sentimental valuable items in there. Things that cannot be replaced was in there.
And the police asked you if you had any receipts and if the property belonged to you, and you couldn't prove that any of that property belonged to you. Is that correct?
Well, everything just happened very suddenly. So, I mean, it's going to take time for me to gather anything, any kind of evidence that I don't recall him asking me about that. I just let him know that that was my property. All of it is my property and my minor daughter's property.
But you've had 4 months to gather that evidence. Do you have it as of today?
We have what was in the suitcases and boxes. I know what was in there.
So tell me what was in there, and do you have any proof of what was in there?
What do you mean, do I have any proof of what was in there?
Miss Howard is saying that was her property and not your property. You're saying that that was your property. Miss Howard is accusing you
I
of
have-
stealing.
I have a witness. I have a witness that can testify that it was my property.
But
A
do you
witness
have any
can-
receipts? Do you have anything? How did you get the property? How did you obtain it?
I bought everything I bought. People don't keep receipts of things that they buy. I don't expect that a day like this would ever come. I'm very sad that we're at this place right now. All of my property was disposed of. LaToya admitted that it was my property. She knew that it was my property. She told me that it was my property. My own daughter did. It's not LaToya's property. I have evidence of that.
And Madam Clerk, can we have our two respondents to actually put up, and that would be the police report, Respondents Exhibit 2.
One moment, please.
Thank you. And while that's coming up, in your own respondent and your own petitioner's Exhibit 1, in that exhibit, Miss Howard accuses you of stealing, and you guys go back and forth in those text messages. Is that correct? And I'm sorry, since I have two respondents, it's going to be Exhibit 2, but it's for Miss Howard.
Which Miss Howard?
You're not the respondent, Miss Howard.
Yeah, it's she's talking to the clerk to pull up the exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
And it's titled October 20th Police Report. It does have Respondents Exhibit R2, and it's titled October 20th Police Report.
Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
This clerk's taking forever, but that's actually a fun game that I've seen played on cruise ships before, where they ask the audience
And
for
while
the
that's
oldest.
coming up, in the police report that we're going to see, you just testified that there is a witness. Did you mention a witness in the police report?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And if we can scroll down to, I think the actual narrative. Do you identify this as being the police report that you made on October 20th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you read that for me? Just the narrative.
Upon arrival, I made contact with Deborah Howard. Deborah stated that her daughter, LaToya Howard, took her belongings out of the house's garage and threw them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay on this exhibit. These are not my client's own words.
Your Honor, this is a police report. I mean, the police report can come in, but I'll go ahead. And
I was going to say secondary, but hearsay contained within a police report is not necessarily admissible. The police report is admissible for observations. But I'm going to sustain the objection as to just reading what the officer wrote, summarizing what she said, but you may ask her what she told the officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to ask, did you reference a witness in this police report?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you're telling me there was a witness. Why didn't you tell the police that there was a witness?
I didn't at the time. It was just the witness was there. I mean, she was present with me, so I didn't feel the need to mention her in the police report at the time.
Okay. So when the police actually asked you about any proof of ownership, The same person that you're saying can testify today, why didn't they talk to the police?
Say that. Pardon me. Say that again.
Yes, the same person that you're saying can testify to those being your items.
I do have to say something here, and maybe I'm going to get a little bit of flack for this. However, you've just heard something here that we do not hear a lot from Americans in court. It's not the usual way they say it. But Canadians, it is very common. You would say, pardon me, or excuse me. If you didn't hear somebody, you wouldn't say what or huh, like absolutely not. So you just heard her say that she like didn't even and sort of stumbled over it and then said, well, pardon me, could you repeat your question? And that's just very Canadian. Um, I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by this court, the cruise I went on, they had the whole audience look through their wallets or whatever was there and pull out the oldest thing they could find with them, like not going to their, but again, you're on a cruise ship. Like, why are you bringing old stuff with you, right? But a gentleman had, and it was cute. Oh, it was so cute. He had the movie stub from the first movie him and his wife went to like 30 years prior in his wallet. Oh my God. Anyways, um, let's continue. I will say that this is absolutely not my fault if you get random YouTube suggestions anymore. I had a phase where I went through MREs. Does anybody know what an MRE is? Um, Very big phase of that. I don't know why. For a while, it was like I would eat watching MRE videos, but meals ready to eat, yes. So they're military meals. But what fascinates me is not just the American ones, the actual MREs, but what each country does for their military rations. Because it's really about like there's a lot of morale that goes into the thought process behind MREs, and each country has different ones. And if you look on the internet, like Steve 1989 MRE or whatever, he does great videos on them. And as usual, I get a hyper focus on something and I get a bit obsessed. But I, yeah, he eats them. He eats them. MREs to eat. Absolutely. Steve MRE 1989. Like Google it. He's got millions of followers. He does the most amazing content. I love him so much. But he hasn't posted in a long time. People used to joke, they're like, gosh, is Steve okay? Because he eats the stuff. And sometimes the MREs he's talking about are from like World War II. Like he's done crazy rations before. And I just find that historical part of history really interesting. I don't like the ASMR videos. Sorry, it's not ASMR. I should be clear about that. It's not ASMR. It's just a video of him trying MREs and trying the food in them. There's no ASMR in it. I guess I what I mean by that is like I watch them while I eat because I'm not good at eating for some reason and less good at while I'm alone. So yeah, anyways. Um, yeah, Linny, that's basically gonna be it. I'm the nighttime crew. I'm the night watch. I'm your night watch nurse from KCC. um, yeah, I'm not into ASMR. I'm just into the MRAs. Anyways, the end of that story was that um I had a very lovely boyfriend and he like actually got me a German MRE, like a real one from Germany that he got somebody that he knew in the Canadian military to trade for and like bring back for me. And I was just like shook, like, oh my God, I have a fucking MRE. Like, I've watched so many of these be opened and like I knew what would be in it. But of course, it's like when you try, it's like when you finally convince your mom to buy you the same thing that you've seen everybody else eat for lunch, and it's always so good looking when they eat it. But then somehow it's just like old food when you eat it. And you're like, oh, this is like 6 years old. This is not good at all. But I still have the box. So, anyways. And I still love MRE videos. Like, I really think it's really interesting how they put them all together. But let us continue along. Oh, Canada has an MRE that's a poutine. We totally do. I love that.
And you purchasing those items, why didn't you tell the police that on October 20th of 2022?
I was riddled with fear and anxiety. I just couldn't believe that my daughter would do this to her mother. So I wasn't even thinking about all these things you're talking about right now. I wasn't even thinking about that being, this is a domesticated situation. I was just in shock, uttermost shock that this was even happening to me. So my mindset wasn't on gathering witnesses and who saw what saw. I just knew that my property was at a dumpster and I was just, I couldn't believe it. Shock. So that's why.
Okay. I'd like to tender into evidence. I'm sorry. I'd like to tender this exhibit into evidence.
And are you submitting the entire document?
I am.
Can you scroll down, Madam Clerk? I believe the supplement is on this. Is that right, Ms. Heron?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just want to make sure. And can you go to page 6 as well? Okay, that's fine. I have no objection.
Okay, it's submitted without objection.
And I'd like it to stay up. I want to go over the supplemental. Can we go to page 5, Ms. Broom? Now, October, is it 31st, 2022? There's a supplemental report from you actually contacting the police department. Do you remember contacting the police department?
Yes.
Do you remember sending them an email?
Yes.
And are you looking at your information, a snapshot of what you actually emailed to the police?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. And so on October 30th, 8 days later, can you tell us what you actually said to the police via email?
Do you want me to read the supplemental report?
Yes. And you can start with Good Day, Daryl Moses.
Yeah, I am in fear for my safety and overall well-being. On Thursday, October the 20th, I called the police to report an incident. My personal property was hauled out of my daughter's garage without my knowledge and driven to a local dumpster, where it was destroyed and disposed of. Latoya sent me pictures and videos of my property being destroyed by her and her boyfriend, Earl Barlow. When you and your partner arrived on the scene, I explained the situation to you. After you entered my daughter's residence and spoke with the parties involved, you came back out with a piece of paper with a report number when you never asked me any questions. You advised me that this was a civil suit and that I would have to seek civil action. You gave me the report number and you did not even take a report from me or ask me whether I had any evidence pertaining to the incident. You did not take any action in an attempt to retrieve my property. I felt like you could have probed my daughter, her boyfriend, and the aunt to find out the location where they dumped my property at. I am so devastated at the fact that my property was taken without my knowledge, and when they were done with their malicious acts, they sent me photos and videos to taunt me. On Saturday, October the 22nd, after dropping my minor daughter off, At my daughter Latoya's residence, immediately my daughter Latoya approached my vehicle and started harassing me by yelling and screaming at me to get out of my car. And she opened up the passenger door where my other daughter was seated, reaching over the passenger seat to grab at me, and she would not close the door.
And is there an additional statement on page 6? Oh, the numbers are at the bottom. Never mind. Let me ask you this. So October 22nd, you say that your tires are punctured slash whatever you want to call it. October 22nd, where's that police report?
I didn't file a police report.
You didn't file a police report. You say that Miss Howard throws out property that belongs to you.
That's my daughter.
Let me finish the question.
That's my firstborn child.
Let me finish the question. You say that she throws out property that belongs to you, that she actually accuses you in your own exhibit of stealing and saying belongs to her. But on October 22nd, when you're alleging that somebody punctured your tires, you don't call the police?
No, I didn't call the police. I just added the incident to the existing police report that I had there.
And then in this supplemental, you actually say I have written documentation from AAA as to the time they were called, and after inspection, they determined that my tires were punctured, and the issue was concluded as an internal act of violence. AAA actually concluded that this was intentional act of violence.
Yeah, people just don't. Yes.
All right, and then you actually referenced in this police report, different from your testimony, that now it was Mr. Barlow, Earl is what you refer to him as, who actually destroyed belongings that you say were yours.
Both of Earl and my daughter Latoya destroyed my property.
Okay, and earlier you testified that you didn't know whether he was there, you thought he may be there, and then you submitted some kind of text message that purported to be from him, where he's just pretty much not even referencing this incident.
I didn't
say that happened.
He was there. I didn't say he wasn't there.
I'm sorry?
I never said he wasn't there. He was ever present, always present there with my daughter.
The videos that you actually received, you're saying that he's in the videos?
I'm not saying that he's in the videos.
Okay. I don't need the exhibit anymore. It's already tendered. Thank you. And you said that you have evidence from AAA saying that your tires were actually punctured. Where's that evidence? Because it looks like 4 flat tires to me.
Yeah. It's floor punctured flat tires. When you
with no punctures.
How would it be flat without a puncture?
Ma'am, you could have run over a nail. Anything could have happened. No, I've had flat tires and they weren't punctured from anybody puncturing.
Okay, so I'm going to interject and ask that counsel not testify.
Okay.
And just ask and answer questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was just answering the question.
I understand, but it's the attorney's asking the questions.
I get it. So I want to go on, and bear with me. You actually submitted evidence, and I want to know what was the purpose of this evidence. This is going to be Petitioner's Exhibit 12. And I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, can you put Petitioner's Exhibit 12 on the screen? Can you tell me what this evidence was going to show?
No.
But it's your evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a screenshot that you actually captured?
I'm gonna interject because she has no personal knowledge of this photograph except for its existence. Because I captured this photograph in order to establish who Slick23 was. This is before I had evidence of Instagram and other posts, which it was the reason why it wasn't tendered because we got in evidence without needing to bring it in.
We can take it down then. Thank you. Why did you go back to, after you felt like you were threatened, why did you go back to Miss Howard's home?
Where do you have knowledge of that?
Did you go back to Miss Howard's home?
Very good. No, I did not.
Okay, thank you for the
Welcome.
compliment.
Mhm.
Okay, you didn't? When was the last time you were at Miss Howard's home?
October, maybe 22nd, maybe. At her home? What do you mean at her home? On the property, in her home, outside of her home, in her driveway? What are you referring to in particular?
Anytime in the bushes stalking her, anytime. Was there any time that you were at her home, around her home? Because it's my understanding you don't live near her, is that correct?
No, I don't live near her. No, I don't recall the last time I've been there.
Okay. And did you go with your daughter to retrieve items from Miss Howard's home?
My other daughter did.
My question was, did you go?
No.
All right. Yana, we do have video that I'd like to present, and I'm sorry. We sent the video over in a share file link. It would not go with we couldn't email it. And so I'm not sure if we can pull that up.
Yeah, if it hasn't been, so usually when that happens, they send you back directions on how to resubmit it through a PDF. Because our tech is not allowed to, we are not allowed to click on links.
Okay, I got
in the
you.
county, because of IT.
Okay, I do understand. Can I take like a 10-minute break then and make sure, am I allowed to show it then?
It won't be in evidence, right? Unless there's a way that it can be submitted into evidence. But if you're just showing it to her without admitting it, and obviously I haven't heard the foundation and we haven't dealt with all of that yet. Mr. Branch, do you have any objection? Have you received this video?
I believe so. There were a couple of videos. Which one are you referring to, opposing counsel?
Both of the videos. So if I can, and I'm sorry, I came straight here from another hearing. So if I could check with my team to see if there was an upload, because I know they were emailing everything over. And I just need like a 10-minute break. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And Madam Clerk, do you have anything? So I'll let her talk with them, and then we can regroup.
Okay.
So we will start back at 4:05.
Okay. And Your Honor, my system is doing something funky, so I was going to shut down my system and then log back in.
Okay.
That's part of
fine.
why I needed.
Everybody else can just turn off their videos.
Thank
And
you.
we will pause.
Well, guys, that was part one of no old no, we're not gonna talk to her. That's old kitchen. That is old kitchen lady, and we're not talking to her. We don't need to talk to her. Hey guys, welcome back to Kitchen Court. Again, we're not talking to you, old kitchen lady. We're gonna talk to new kitchen lady. Let me. So, what's interesting that you guys are asking about? Oh, Monica, by the way, can you see the light? Doesn't that look cool? I'm just still baffled that I made that happen somehow. Here, I'll make it big and nice. Oh, I answer myself often. Oh, I was gonna say something there. Oh, now see, now the KCC is gone. It was lower. Not as good. It looks sort of good when it's like. And I know, and yeah, Toby thinks that this is a hair dryer. but it's really an iMac made into a light. But um what was I gonna say? Jonathan's gone to bed and he was writing down every single word I said, thank God. Old kitchen lady. That's what I'm remembering, but we'll just keep watching and then I'll think of it later. That's how it will be. It is an iMac. It's an iMac that's been turned into a light and a speaker. Oh, yeah, this is the good part where she asks him to take off his hat. This is sassy. Watch what happens. Did she do it already? Did I miss it?
Mr. Barlow, can you hear me?
Okay. That's no problem, but I mean, we've been here for. Okay.
Just
long.
Mr. Barlow, can you since we're in court, you have to take off your hat. Just you have to present yourself as if we are still in the courtroom, even though we're on Zoom. Mr. Barlow, can you hear me?
Okay. That's no problem, but I mean, we've been here for quite some time now. But I'll take my hat off. That's no
I've been
problem.
sending you chats, Mr. Barlow, since when we first started.
Oh,
I think
I'm
you
sorry.
just missed them all. So we just are taking this chance to ask you. Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right. That's quite all right.
And Mr. Branch, I see Victor Orla bringing her in now.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and everybody, I'm just going to reiterate that these are formal court proceedings and that there shall be no unauthorized recordings of these proceedings because anyone involved in these recordings that are authorized, I'm getting feedback. You need to turn off YouTube TV if you are watching right now and just have on your Zoom link, please, Miss Orlu.
I don't have YouTube TV on.
Okay, there was some feedback that sounded like it was on in the background. So this is just a reminder to everyone that there is no unauthorized recording allowed during these proceedings as they are formal court proceedings and you could be held in contempt in violation of court rules. All right, I believe we're still waiting. We need the petitioner to turn on your video.
Your Honor, for it keeps saying, and I don't know if it's doing the same for her, but it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. It won't.
That's weird. All right,
now it just says start video. Okay, there we go.
Strange. Okay. All right, so we have everybody. All right. Miss Orlu, we have you, Mr. Branch. You may swear her in and start your direct.
All right. Ms. Orlu, can you raise your right hand, please? And do you swear and affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you can put your hand down. Okay, so Ms. Orlu, could you please tell the court what your relationship is to the three parties in this case?
My mom, my sister, and who else?
And then Mr. Barlow.
Okay, my mom and Latoya is my sister, and Mr. Barlow is my sister's boyfriend.
Okay. And where do you currently live?
With my mom.
Okay. And have you ever lived with your sister Latoya?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you live with Latoya?
July to October.
Okay. And there was an incident that your mother has alleged in her petition that occurred on October.
And I'm going to object to leading to just ask him to ask her questions.
All right, I can rephrase, Your Honor. So, did any of your belongings get thrown out by the respondent?
Yes.
And could you tell the court which of your possessions were thrown out?
My jewelry, my hair products, and new stuff that my mom had bought me for my birthday that she was gonna give me for my birthday. And there were shoes there and many other bags that I had.
Okay, and do you recall when that was that all of those belongings were thrown out?
I think it was October 20th or the 21st because I remember coming back that day and seeing that my belongings weren't there in the garage anymore.
Okay, and the police were called at that on that day, and were you living with your sister at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you speak to the police at all during that incident?
No.
Did they ask to speak with you?
No. They didn't.
Okay. Um, did you ever discuss your lost property with your sister?
Yes.
And when did you have that conversation with her?
I think it was either the day after or like 2 days after. She came down to the room I was staying in and she was talking to me about it and saying how she threw it away and that she said like it was emotional and that she knew that she threw my stuff away and that she was gonna get the stuff that she threw away of mine like reimbursed, like buy it again. But then when I had mentioned it to her, she like went back on her word or whatever. So yeah, she told me about it.
And when did you ask her about reimbursing you?
Uh, when was that? I think I did that in November. I texted her about it in November.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, could you please share Petitioner's Exhibit 7? And Ms. Orlu, are these screenshots that you have taken from your phone? Okay. Is this or is this a conversation that you're having with your sister Latoya?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take these photographs or these screenshots on or around November 14th when the message was sent?
I think I did, but I took new screenshots. I think yesterday or today.
Okay. And so, have you, Madam Clerk, if you could scroll through these messages and show the witness, have any of these messages been altered from as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. And these are true and accurate representations of those messages.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to tender Petitioner's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
Thank you. And so, Madam Clerk, if you could go back up to the top of this exhibit, Ms. Orlu, what was this conversation? Could you tell the court what this conversation you were having with your sister was about?
Okay, so I mentioned to her that I had a winter coat that was in there, and I really needed it because it was starting to get cold, and I didn't have a winter coat like to go to school in and come out of school with because I would be freezing out in the cold. So then she was like, "Okay, send me a list of the things that you need that was thrown out in the dumpster." And so I sent her one of the things, and I sent her the link. She was like, "Send me the link and what size or whatever." And then yeah, that's how this conversation started. I sent her the link to the coat, and she asked me what size I needed.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, could you go down to the next page? And so in the conversation, you mentioned that's why I sent the notes over, and you referenced that these were boxes that were thrown out in the dumpster. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of your sister's response when she said I checked?
Oh, checked for my stuff?
Okay, so is that so? Could you explain what? All right, then I'll move on, and then Madam Clerk, can you move on to page 3? And your sister references wearing that you don't wear old lady clothes and cutis. Do you know what she's referring to when she mentions that?
I'm gonna object. Only Miss Howell would know what she was referring to. Anything else would be speculation.
And Your
Mr.
Honor,
Reed?
this is I'm asking for her understanding of the conversation she was having with her sister, not what Latoya actually meant when she said it. So,
Okay, so I'm going to sustain as to what she thought she meant, what the other person meant. You may ask her what her understanding was, but not what the other person meant.
okay. And so, Ms. Orlu, what did you understand that message, the message you don't wear old lady clothing or ties to mean?
She was mentioning the clothes in the boxes that were my mom's because my mom wears like a lot of skirts and stuff like that, and she was saying how I don't wear skirts and stuff, but there were other clothes in there that were mine that she probably didn't identify.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, you can remove these from the screen. So, Ms. Orlu, there was an incident on October 22nd that's been discussed already. Were you present at the incident that I'm referring to?
When my mom dropped me off from getting my permit,
Correct. Could you tell the court what happened on that day?
my mom was dropping me off at Latoya's house, and she parked in visitors parking, and I had went inside the house, and before we even pulled up to the house, I called Latoya to tell her I got my permit because I was like excited because I was telling her I was going to go get my permit and that I had passed the test. And so when I was on the phone with her, she asked me how far away I was, and I told her. And so then when I pulled up there, my mom parked in visitor parking. I went into the house, and her and Auntie Jillian were coming out, and I saw Mr. Barlow coming down the stairs and out, and I went into the room and just was there.
Okay, so you were inside the house. Is that right? When at that point when you saw everyone leaving the home?
Mm,
Okay, and did you see anything that occurred with your mother's car?
no.
Okay. And right. And 1 second, Your Honor. All right. And so on October 22nd, you were still living with your sister, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you finally move out of her home?
I think like towards the end of October, maybe like a week after or like a few days after the incident happened.
Okay. And while you were still living at the home, did you notice any hostility or did you feel like any type of, or could you explain what you felt living in that home with all three of these parties?
They were all just talking about my mom.
And who are you referring to as all?
Jillian, Latoya, and Mr. Barlow. I would hear them upstairs because I was in the basement, and like they would be either in the kitchen or living room. And I would just hear them talking about the situation.
Okay. And who is Jillian?
The aunt.
That's your aunt. And did you ever feel that you were in danger dealing with your sister?
No.
Okay. And so you and your sister still continue to have a good relationship. Is that accurate?
No.
No? Okay. Um, And I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Miss Heron, you may cross them in.
Thank you. Miss Arlo, are you in fear of your sister, Miss Howard?
No.
Okay. One moment. Did Miss Howard? Did you ever hear Miss Howard accuse your mom of stealing from her?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are you, by the way?
16.
Okay, you're 16. Okay. All right. And bear with me one moment, okay? Do you know, are you aware that Miss Howard actually testified in a custody case against your mom back in November?
Yes.
Okay. Was your mom upset about that? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. And in the text messages that you actually submitted to the court, Miss Howard actually states that those items didn't even belong to your mom that were thrown away. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct?
That it didn't belong to my mom?
Correct. Did Miss Howard state that those items didn't even belong to your mom?
That's not correct.
Okay. Can we pull up the text messages that were just shown?
What's the number, please?
It's 7.
7? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Branch. Okay. Let me go through these text messages while I'm asking you about them, okay? November 14th, you and Miss Howard, you guys were still cordial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what cordial means?
Like on good terms.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. So you guys were cordial at that time. And that was November 14th. And so I want to go back before I even go through these text messages. So you were in the car with your mom on October, I think it was 20th or 22nd, when she alleges that the tires were slashed.
I already walked inside. That was when she was pulling out. She was parked, and then I went out, and then I saw them coming out the house, and I went inside.
Okay. Where did you guys drive to after your mom left?
I wasn't in the car. I said I was in the house.
Okay, so you stayed in the house. You did not leave with your mom.
No, because she dropped me off.
Okay. All right, so let's go through the text messages. Pretty much November 14th, were you still staying with Miss Howard or you had already moved out?
I already moved out
Okay. And why did you move out?
because I wanted to go stay with my mom, and my mom felt like that it wasn't like good energy to be in while she's coming to pick me up and drop me off from her house. So it just makes sense for me just to go stay with her.
Okay. Why were you staying with Miss Howard in the first place without your mom?
Because the original apartment that we were going to move in, it had some maintenance difficulties. So then my mom just had me stay with her.
Okay. And how long did you stay with Miss Howard? What time frame?
From July to October.
Okay. And going to I think page 2 of your text message, she's asking you what size. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that for the coat that you were actually showing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then also, let's go a little further. If we can go to, I think it's the bottom of page 3. Okay. I'm sorry. It's actually page 4, the bottom of page 4. When you guys actually moved out, and Ms. Howard is actually referencing the storage unit on the bottom of page 4, is that where your items actually went when you moved out or when your mom moved out?
But can you repeat that?
So when it says go to your mother's storage unit, that's where your stuff is at. What storage unit was that? Was that somewhere where you guys actually moved your items into when you moved out of Miss Howard's house, or when I'm saying Miss Howard as opposed to your mom. When your mom moved out, is that where you guys actually put your items?
No, okay, so my mom had put our stuff in her garage and other stuff in her storage unit. And so if I couldn't fit in the storage unit, she would put it in the garage. So it was like split up.
Okay. All right, one moment. All right, and then so let's go back up to page 2. I'm sorry, there's so many text messages. I'm trying to find what I was looking for, and I think I just found it. Page 2, when you say most of my winter clothes were in the boxes you threw out in a dumpster. That's why I sent the notes doc with all the links. She says it wasn't, right?
Mm,
None of your items were thrown away?
they were thrown away.
But what did she say here?
She said they weren't.
That they weren't thrown away. Okay. And you said that there were items that your mom actually had. What items did your mom have that you believe were thrown away?
Her clothes, her jewelry, important documents, and stuff that was given to her that like can't be replaced.
Okay, things that were given to her that can't be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Are those your words or your mom's words?
My words.
Okay. And there were electronics in there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And no computer because your mom already had her computer. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. No further questions. And I'm sorry, we can take this exhibit down.
All right. Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Branch?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. So, Ms. Orlu, before October 22nd, were you comfortable living in the home with your sister?
Sort of.
Okay, and did anything cause you to feel less comfortable living in that home?
Emotionally or physically?
Either?
Emotionally, yeah, but physically, yes.
So could you explain that? So how did you feel emotionally uncomfortable in that home?
And I'm going to object to the relevance. The child actually testified that she wasn't in fear, and she's not in fear of her sister.
And being in fear and being uncomfortable are two different things.
And Your Honor, my response is we don't file TPOs for feeling uncomfortable. She was clear that she was not in fear of her sister and that day or even now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let him explore the fear of the sister, and why. But I'm going to allow you to ask that question. I'm going to overrule the objection. Allow you to ask that one question. But we aren't going to go too far down this path, because the petition is filed is acts of family violence by the respondent towards the petitioner, and it was not filed on behalf of.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you can ask her why she moved out, but I'm not sure, depending on the answers, how relevant that may be. And so I may revisit the objection depending on the next question after this.
Okay. So Ms. Orlu, what about, or what made you feel uncomfortable about living in that home?
They were just, it's like so much gossiping. There's like a lot of gossiping between what's her name, Jillian and Latoya about my mom. They were like talking about the situation over and over again because they would like speak loudly during the night when I would try to go to sleep before school. And sometimes it would keep me up, so I would just be listening to what they were saying, and it would just make me uncomfortable about it.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. You may log off. All right. And Miss Heron, did you get any luck with the videos?
They're still trying, but I'm gonna go back to the petitioner and finish my questioning, and let, Mr. Branch actually do any kind of, redirect that he wants, because the videos are gonna come in through my client anyway.
Okay. And I was gonna say the other option would be, well, we'll see if you can get them in. If not, we will maybe go with Plan B, which is where you may identify them, and if they're admitted, play them. Then you just may need to submit a hard copy to the court later
Okay,
to go with the file.
thank you.
And just obviously provide that copy to Mr. Branch as well, just so they can confirm that it is the same video that
Okay.
was played in court.
I suspect if I go to YouTube tonight, and I'll probably be able to find a way to do the link, but I know exactly what you're talking about because I've seen it.
Yeah, and usually when someone has submitted a link, to the clerk that's too large, or they ask for a link, the clerk sends them back an email with the directions and
Okay.
the person to contact. So there should have been one sent back if it was rejected. But okay, all right. You, Mr. Branch, do you have any more witnesses? Do you want to read, since she's not going to, counsel has indicated that she is not going to introduce that video through your client at this time. So do you want to have your redirect of her?
Yes, please.
All right.
And Your Honor, before we do, I just have a few more questions before he does redirect of his actual, witness.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you may finish your cross, and then we will proceed,
Okay,
defer to
thank you.
Mr. Branch.
All right, I'm looking for you on the screen. Hold on, let's see. There you go. Let me just pin you here. Okay. All right, Ms. Howard, did you actually file any kind of civil action with small claims court, or any kind of civil action in regards to any belongings that you believe are yours? And I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. No, I did not.
Okay, why didn't you?
I wanted to wait until I was protected with a TPO before I take any civil action. Yeah.
Okay, and you have receipts to produce to a magistrate court showing that you own these items?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you, in your application, which is your petitioner's exhibit 10 for the intake questionnaire, why did you actually put or circle that you are filing this based on emotional abuse?
What are you referring to, please? I don't know what you're referring to.
And this is petitioner's exhibit 10.
May I please see it?
Yes, Ms. Broom, can we pull up petitioner's exhibit 10?
Oh, you mean from 2021?
Is this from 2000? This is 2021?
Yeah, the date is on the left hand side. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I thought that this was for this one.
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
And I'd like to redirect real quick, Your Honor.
Yes, Miss. Thank you. Perfect. All right, you may proceed.
All right. Ms. Howard, you said you don't have the receipts to everything in that box.
That's correct.
Tossed out. Was everything, do you know when everything in that box was purchased?
No,
Was it within the last year?
probably within the last 2 years.
Okay, and have you kept all your receipts over the last 2 years?
No, I have not.
Okay. But you are confident that those belongings were yours?
I know they were mine, and she knows they were mine.
Okay. And then, Madam Clerk, could you please pull up, I believe it's the respondent's exhibit, the police report. I actually don't recall what number it was.
That may have been exhibit 2.
Thank you. Okay. And so opposing counsel said that you did not reference your the incident on October 22nd when she crossed you. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And do you allege that you made those allegations in this police report?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, could you go to page 4, I believe it would be? Actually, it would be 5. Okay. And Ms. Howard, do you see your allegations that you submitted to that police report referring to October 22nd on here?
Yeah.
And could you tell the court where to look on this document for those allegations?
Hold on. Right on the first paragraph where it says my personal property was hauled out of my daughter's garage. Are you referring to those allegations?
The did you reference the October 22nd incident? So when you were in your vehicle in your supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in the last paragraph here on page 5.
Right.
Okay, and then on page 6, Madam Clerk, could you scroll up, please? You reference what occurred that day and the parties that were involved. Isn't that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
I do have some more questions.
Go ahead.
If we can leave this up. Ms. Howard, my question to you, do you remember my question to you being, did you actually, in reference to the incident, call the police? So I'm going to ask you, October 30th, you sent an email to the police station. Is that correct?
Yes.
And October 22nd, when you say that Ms. Howard actually slashed your tires, punctured your tires, or whatever you alleged, you didn't call the police on the 22nd. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
And one more, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Why didn't you call the police, Ms. Howard?
It just seemed to be an escalated situation. Now, my property is gone, my tires are slashed. I was just, just saddened by the whole matter. I just thought I could because it was a part of the same kind of family domestic violence situation, I just felt I could just add it to the existing police report and make that a part of the whole situation. There seems to be situation after situation, so just add it on there rather than create more issues, call the police, file a report when I already had an existing report there. That's what I was thinking at the time.
Okay. And no further questions.
And I'm sorry, I hate to belabor this, but Ms. Howard, how long did you wait for AAA to show up on the 22nd?
Probably about 40 minutes.
40 minutes. And you didn't think on that day to call the police because you had to wait anyway, right?
I didn't think to call the police, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. But you thought to add to this police report so that you can have this for, I guess, future court purposes?
Just so that it be documented incident again happening from my daughter.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Branch?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Branch?
The only other witness noticed that Miss Jillian, I actually don't know her last name, but I noticed she was in the gallery. So I would like to call her as a witness.
Okay.
Do you want me to take this exhibit down?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if Mr. Branch actually subpoenaed Jillian?
I did not submit a subpoena. I would like to cross her as a witness that is available in court today.
Okay, and that would be inappropriate. That's our witness, and he can cross after she testifies, but he didn't subpoena her to be here today.
If I need to wait until she gives her testimony, then I can wait.
Okay. All right. We'll do that if Miss Heron is saying she is calling this witness. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Branch?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss Heron, do you have any witnesses you would like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. But first of all, I'd like to move for a directed verdict against Mr. Barlow. The only thing that was presented here today was a text message from that purported to be from Mr. Barlow. No threats of any kind of violence, nothing. I don't think she's met her burden or anything from Mr. Barlow.
So I have heard some evidence, slight evidence, possibly about him. I actually am gonna, I'm actually going to dismiss the case against him for a different reason. I don't think there has been sufficient evidence presented of a familial relationship, that they lived together. I heard conflicting testimony that on and off, but the petitioner moved out. Then I also heard that the petitioner moved out in 2000. In September, but then that he moved in October. So I didn't hear enough evidence that would sustain that they actually resided together for a period of time that I could find in order. I will say some of the threats that are alleged are treading very closely to simple assault. And I would encourage Mr. Barlow, I think it's very apparent that this petitioner does not want any contact with you. And I would encourage you to not, I'm sure your attorney would as well, to have no contact with her going forward, okay? But I am dismissing the case against Mr. Barlow because I don't find that the residential requirement has been met. Do you want to keep him on as a witness, Ms. Heron?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, then at this point, we will just place him in the waiting room because the case against him has been dismissed. All right. So, Ms. Heron, do you have any other witnesses you would like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Miss Howard.
All right.
And that would be Miss Latoya Howard.
Yes, your client.
Yes.
All right. All right. You may swear her in and start your direct.
Okay, Miss Howard, if you'd unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Miss Howard, you've heard the testimony from your mother, Miss Howard, and I want to start with one. How long was your mother living with you?
Okay, so I own two properties, one in Duluth and one in Dunwoody. My mom moved in with me in 2019 until January 2021. I moved into this property in February 2021 until present, and my mom has never lived with me. She may have slept over a few times to help me with my children, but she has never lived with me.
Okay. And when you say slept over for a few times, what are we talking about?
A weekend to help me with the children, just to, because she helps me with the children. She's a great grandmother. And so sometimes when I need a babysitter overnight, my mom would help me, but she never physically lived here. She never resided here.
Okay. And you heard her testify to items being left in the garage that belonged to her. Did you throw out anything that belonged to your mother?
No. So I was clearing out my garage because I sell activewear products and I had to clean out my garage. So as I was cleaning, I was looking through the boxes, and the boxes that my mom claimed that were hers were actually Victoria's. And a few of the other boxes had so many of my fashion items that my mom has previously stolen from me. And I got upset and just threw everything out into the dumpster in my garage to make room for my inventory. And I kept Victoria's stuff. I kept my sister Victoria's stuff aside, and she picked up her stuff in January, and the last time was on February 5th at Earl Barlow's studio.
Okay. So the items that were in the box, you heard your mother say that there were items totaling $5,000. She said that there were computers and other items in the box. Did you see any electronics?
No. I went through all the boxes, and everything that wasn't mine was Victoria's or my other sister.
Okay. And let me ask you this. At some point, did you allege that your mom, did you accuse her of stealing from you?
Yes. Back in 2019, my mom stole over 30,000 worth of my fashion items while I was.
Relevance, Your Honor?
I actually have a police report.
Stop. Miss Heron?
Yes, Your Honor. She's going to testify to a history of her mom stealing, and not only that, but what she's actually referencing is items that were in that box. And if she finishes testifying, she's going to testify to the fact that she sells clothes online, and part of that was what was in the box as well. But it started back as she's starting to tell us back in 2019, and it was an ongoing thing.
So normally someone stealing from someone 2 years earlier is not relevant to whether someone has assaulted them later. However, if she is saying that some of these items are the alleged items that are hers that are in this box, it is slightly relevant. So I will allow you to ask her about that. I'll allow her to testify about that, but not in depth, because as I said, whether someone stole from you 2 years ago is not a justification for an assault now, or acts of family violence or criminal trespass to property. But I do hear, as there is a link to what may be contained in the boxes that you are alleged to have thrown out, so I will allow her to, I will overrule the objection for now.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Ms. Howard, if you would continue.
Yeah, so there is a history of my mom stealing from me, and she stole my fashion designer items over $30,000. And in some of those boxes, I saw pieces of my designer handbags and accessories, and I finally got the proof that I needed that my mom, took my stuff, and it hurt me. And I just decided to throw out all of my designer stuff, everything in my garage, and I just put my sister's stuff aside, and they were able to pick their belongings up.
Okay, when did they pick up their belongings?
Okay, so Victoria picked up her belongings around January 20th, I believe. And she also picked up her belongings on February 5th.
Okay, are you talking about this year?
2023, yes.
Okay, in 2023. Okay. And when she came to pick up her items, who was with her?
So the first time in January when she picked up her items from my residence, I saw my mom's car pull up, which we have video footage, but my sister, she came inside. I didn't see who was driving. When she picked up her stuff on February 5th at Earl Barlow's studio, I saw Victoria come out and meet up with Earl on the camera. And then my mom, she went to the back of the car to assist Victoria to put her belongings in the trunk.
Okay. So February, this was after she had filed this temporary protective order? That she came to the studio where Mr. Barlow was?
Yes,
Okay. And you were there as well?
I was there.
Okay. All right. I want to actually start with I'm sorry. I don't know if the videos were actually sent, but I don't mind linking them back. If I can share my screen, I'll show the videos, Your Honor, if that's okay.
Okay. And you just want to lay the foundation for them as well?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the incident that she's referring to, where she just testified to, where the mom actually, where her sister actually came to pick up items.
All right. So you can lay the foundation through her, and then I will hear any objections if there are any.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And we should make you a co-host.
Okay.
For the purpose of sharing your screen.
Okay. And I'll wait. It's still showing disabled. And while you're doing that, Yana, I'll go ahead and ask her some more questions about that video.
And let me make sure from staff that y'all are making her co-host, because I can't make her co-host for some reason.
Yes, Judge, we're working on it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to interrupt here for one moment because something. Oh, I know it is already. But what I was going to say. Oh, I know it's getting late when I just don't know what I was gonna say after all. Damn it. Okay, think about it. It was probably about yoga. It was about pyramid schemes. It was about read the chat. Oh, witchcraft. There it is. See? Okay. So when I was a kid, I was on an island called Hornby Island, which is a very, 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 very tiny Gulf island. And we were there for the summer. And like you it's the tiny, tiny island. And there was a bookstore there. I love reading. I've always loved reading. I can read things so fast. And of course, back before the internet was ubiquitous in our lives and we had phones all the time, I mean, I just devoured books as much as I could. So I was always asking to buy new books. And um, I remember asking my mom, and now I realize I think she probably just didn't want to buy it for me. But, anyways, I asked my mom to buy me this book on witchcraft, like teenage Wicca. And she was like, "No, I'm not gonna buy it." And I remember like I phoned my dad and I was like crying. I was like, "Dad, mom won't buy me this book about witchcraft." And the conversation that I overheard went something like, "Are you afraid the witchcraft is gonna work? Or what? I'm not really sure what the issue with the book would be." And I was able to get the book. So which, takes a little oomph out of my teenager wanting to be a witch. But yeah, I read very fast as well. It's but I don't comprehend that much because obviously my brain works a little different. Anyways, I first of all, what do you guys think about her attitude so far? I think it's not good. Um, this all of this is petty drama and petty like waste of I see this is two these are Canadian people coming up and wasting your court resources. I apologize. I am so sorry. It's out of control. Would not go the same here. So it is very petty. And I think that's part of why I like started getting it. This is one of the first videos I ever made. Um, I was just thinking about, we've all got those cases where we're like, "Oh, remember that?" And but you don't have a copy of it. You can't find it anywhere. You're like, did that actually happen, or did I sort of fever dream that case? But there was one case where, oh, I swear to God, I thought I recorded it. I don't think it worked, but um, it was a divorce case, and they had accused the husband, of willfully like squandering community assets during the separation against the standing order. And they actually outlined all of his purchases for like a 6 month period. And he had spent something like 30 grand a month on eBay. Like it was out of control, out of control. And I remember I was like, is he laundering money? Like, that's actually a pretty good way to launder money away from you, away from community assets during a divorce. Because imagine if you were the eBay seller and then you bought items online, you're really just transferring cash to yourself and you don't even need to send the items. So I was like, who the heck spends that much money on eBay? And it wasn't like they were big purchases either. There was like lots of little purchases, which is weird. That's how my brain works. It's always like coming, it's like, how would they be scamming? How could you scam for this? Anyways, but I recorded that, but like the volume got messed up or something. And so I don't think I can ever post it, but I swear to God, like they did the forensic accounting of his transactions. And oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. So and he worked at Amazon. When he finally testified, he was I was like, what does he do? Like, I want to hear what this guy does where he's buying all this stuff all day long, blah, blah, blah. Turns out he's like a high up rep for Amazon, making good money. And at one point, his testimony became a absolute advertisement for Amazon Prime Days because he had to explain why in June, whatever day it was in June, there was so many Amazon purchases on the one day. And he would like quite proudly, he's like, well, we have this once a year sale that's really, really great. And I was just like, am I actually like noticing this? Um, I'm going to include some Amazon affiliate links in my descriptions coming up soon, guys, that don't cost you anything, but that will help the channel out in another free way. So even if you don't buy what you click on, but whatever you buy for like the next week, an affiliate gets like a percentage of it. So that's another cool way that we're going to be able to help the channel if y'all shop on Amazon all the time. Um, but yeah, he totally had like an Amazon placement in court. And I'm remembering the case now. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy case. Big money involved. And when there's big money involved, you know what happens. The lawyers get all weird. Oh, he didn't do discovery. That's what it was. Was that it? There was one case, and see, now I'm just rambling because it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I don't care, but um, there was one case I watched where the person didn't allow discovery of their financial records, and so they wouldn't take them. I can't even remember what happened. Okay, let's just keep watching. Um, that's insane, Amy. I'm glad though that you can get stuff shipped and it's cheaper for you, obviously, on Amazon. It's not quite the same in Canada. Like Amazon in Canada is still pretty expensive and the shipping is a bit much and all those things. So you have to look into it. But um, I do know that's one of the ways like that I can diversify how I can get the channel um, helping me out. Put gift cards on the Amazon account. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I don't have a US address. So like when you send it to the US, it like it's way cheaper, but when you ship to Canada, it's really expensive. What's Amazon shop? Nothing. Nothing of interest really. You probably would have a hard time finding it on the internet, but no, I'm just kidding. I was just talking about a case, a divorce case where the dude worked at Amazon and he spent a lot of money every month on eBay. Which again, is eBay owned by Amazon? I don't know. Here's a little tidbit for you guys. Do you remember back in the day when you first got a PayPal account and you do you remember first getting a PayPal account and how they verified your account? You don't remember? Well, you probably do, CRD. Back in the day, I don't even know if this is the same way or not. I don't think it is. But what they used to do was um, they needed to verify the bank accounts, right? But they weren't connected to the banking system and they didn't want to be connected to the banking system necessarily because it kept them out of it. And so what they did was somebody came up with a realization that you can use deposits as a code. And so what they would do is you would sign up for an account and they would make two small deposits to your bank account within the next couple of days. So they would deposit like 3 cents and 7 cents or something like that. And that 4 digit number, the two small 2 digit transactions, actually became the PIN code that would verify the bank account as true. Um, and because they were sending you money, they were giving you the code. So you had to verify that you received the correct code from them. And that's how they were originally able to do the PayPal verifications and purchases, which I thought was pretty cool. You have to remember, I come from Canada where we don't have small private banks. There's a very, very regulated banking system here. We have like 7 large banks and that's it. So, um, we're behind on getting pay PP. Am I not allowed to say it? Is that why? Like, do we have to not say that word on YouTube? Is that a YouTube Daddy mad word? I already made YouTube Daddy mad today. I don't want to do that again. Um, yeah. Oh, also CRD. I just before I go back to this video down here, I'm going to tell you this funny story because you mentioned that you came from BC and then you moved to Texas. I was married in Texas, even though I'm Canadian. And sorry, I'm like Falling behind on the chat. Oh, so what happened was we were in Texas for our wedding, and my husband, we weren't married quite yet, but we were almost. And he's a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. Anyway, so we're like driving down. My marriage is legal in Canada. It was on a ship in Galveston, but at port by a Galveston person. I had to arrive in Texas 3 days early in order to comply with their marriage licensing rules, which you have to go first and then wait 3 days and then you get the license. I guess to prevent shotgun marriages. But so in that 3 days we were there early, and we got this taxi, and we're driving in this taxi, and the taxi driver was really, really friendly, and he was talking to us, and he was asking my husband, like, oh, what do you like hockey? You're from Canada? Oh my gosh, and and he tells him I'm a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. And as we're driving down the road, we come to a stop sign, and we see like uh people at the crosswalk, and one of them was wearing like a Pittsburgh Penguins jacket. And the taxi driver, like, we were being very like, this is Texas. We're not used to sort of America. But the taxi driver is like, hey, it's your team, right? And we're like, yeah, it's cool. He like rolls down the window and he starts screaming out the window. He's like, yo, 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 Pittsburgh. Where are you from, Pittsburgh? And this couple like slowly sort of turns around, and they're like, Canada. And we just laughed so hard. I was just like, oh my God, what are the odds that you're with the Canadians? You think you've got some Pittsburgh person here, and they're also Canadian. The taxi driver was great, but and all Texans are really great, to be honest. Also, I live in a place where it's a rainforest, and so um, flash flooding is very rare here because the ground doesn't it, it absorbs water differently. Like, it's just not a thing that we ever have. And so when we get like weather alerts here, it's like a wind warning or a rain warning, but you don't change your behavior. You don't not go out. You don't change any of your plans. You might wear something different. You're not, um, it's really not going to change it. Even if it was like a severe weather alert on your phone, you're really not going to be changing it. But I didn't realize down in Texas things might be a little titch different, because we were driving to the city hall to get the license, and before we left, I heard that there was a flash flood warning on the radio, and I was like, oh, interesting, you know. And we like drive out, and we drove down the road, and we happened to go down the wrong road, so we had to turn around and drive back up that road. And in the moment that we had turned around at the bottom, the whole street had flooded. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. Oh, this is actually just like way more serious than I thought it was. I thought, warning. Um, it's like I was a little shook. Valentino, you know what's funny is that Galveston is a cruise port, which is why it's going to be popular to begin with. But um, you, when you get married on a cruise ship, um, you can't get married on a cruise ship legally, because there's no entity to issue your marriage license. If you think about it, even if a captain could do the ceremony, you need to have a license issued by a county. So so most cruise ship weddings actually happen in port. And I've worked with cruise ships for a long time. And something that you also need to know when you go on a cruise is that your entire itinerary can change without notice like that because of whatever reason. And so the safest way if you're going to get married on a cruise ship in order to have your wedding happen when you want it is to get married on embarkation day so that you know it's going to happen, it happens, and then everything else after that is sort of your wedding or your vacation. And so um, when we went on the cruise to get married, um, we got married in Galveston. Like we had a Texas marriage license, and then we got married in Galveston. Hi, Prince and Mikey. Oh my God, is it that? Is this how early you wake up? It's Saturday, dude. What are you doing? Um, we were we've had a fun night, to be honest with you. Dude, I've had so many jobs. The list is endless. Like I've sold cars. I've been a bank teller. Oh yeah, many, many jobs. Um, Freeport has nice beaches. Galveston, yeah. I mean, the wedding, when I got married on a cruise ship, the wedding cost me $2,500. Okay. That's not including the cruise. That's just how much it costs to have like the flowers, the food, the organization, the room, all that stuff. But you don't get to pick anything. You just sort of show up and everything's like there. But this is how they get you too. I was like, that's a great deal, $2,500. Can't really go wrong with that. But then they take all the pictures for your wedding and then they try and sell you a picture package that they wanted $7,000 for to give all the pic. No, I'm divorced. I'm married and divorced. So I'm not married now. I'm technically not. But I paid so much money for those pictures, I wish I could show them still. Seriously. But it was a good way to do a cheap wedding, especially if you have ADD and you can't really plan a wedding. Perfect. Because they do all that stuff for you. You just have to show up. We have not stopped all night. I did get spanked by YouTube Daddy on the live though, Mikey, with a copyright infringement. But I'm learning as we go. Um, let's continue. Pictures are not cheap, except this is the sales technique that kills me, CRD, because when what they do is they invite you to the like ship's bar to look at all the pictures. And you bring your whole, like we had 20 people on the cruise with us. So we had like 20 people come to this room and they've got all these gorgeous pictures out. They've printed photo books. They've got everything. And then they make you choose and then they've already printed them, but they're going to throw them away. And that's a hard sell. Hard sell. Here to party. Well, we got in slight trouble for partying earlier, but not really. Did you see this case yet, Prince and Mikey? Mikey? I'm assuming it's Mikey. Yeah, Bebe, of course. But yeah. Have you seen this case? It's about the YouTuber versus her mom, the YouTuber, or no, the mom versus the YouTuber. It's always Mikey. Yeah, that's good to know. So we should really change it to Mikey and Creedence. I'm just kidding. Um, I'm sorry. Cha, the the volume is something I struggle with still. I don't know why I'm not good at getting audio proper. I swear to God, I'm doing the best I can, but I don't know. I'm gonna learn. I heard a rumor that Mikey was gonna teach me how to record a video. Um, but yeah, what's going on in this case is we have two actual Canadians that are mother and daughter, and the mother has brought a TPO application against the daughter, who is a famous YouTuber. She has like 1 million subscribers, and she claims that her daughter like stole her stuff and broke or and slashed her tires, and she's in fear for her life. So while Mikey enlightens me in the chat, let's continue watching that and we'll see where we go.
Thank you. Okay. When you say that, Victoria, your sister actually came to pick up items, how did you videotape that?
My Ring camera.
Okay. And excuse me, the TPO was filed January 21st. And so was this after this TPO was filed? I get that you may not have been served at that time, but looking at the TPO that was filed January 21st, was this after?
I got served with, yeah, so February 5th is when Victoria picked up her stuff from the studio. And around January 20th is when Victoria picked up her stuff from my residence.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you this video that you actually said you captured on the Ring camera. And if you can tell us the video, is it going to show Victoria, I guess, packing stuff? What exactly is it going to show?
From the Ring camera from the January?
Correct.
Okay, so it shows her entering my residence.
Okay. All right, let me share my screen and I'm going to show you what is marked as Respondents Exhibit 10. And let me know if you see the video.
January 21st.
All right, from the video, tell me, who was that actually that we heard greet Victoria at the door?
That was me.
Okay. And when you hear, not from Victoria today, but when you hear from your own mother that Victoria is in fear of you, seeing this video and being there and when the incident took place, as far as her coming to the house, did she appear to be apprehensive or in fear of you?
Objection
Never.
to relevance, Your Honor. We've already established that Victoria does not have a TPO against her, so her emotional state when going to pick up some items is irrelevant.
Miss Heron?
Well, let me check the TPO again to make sure, because I could have sworn the child was one of the protected parties.
No, she is a protected party. She's not filed on behalf of. So whether there's any acts of family violence against her, is not relevant to whether there's acts of family violence against the petitioner. However, there was testimony, I believe, in direct and cross, about how she felt about living in the residence and whether she was scared. So I will overrule the objection and allow you to ask the question.
Okay, thank you. And I'll rephrase the question. When she came in, was she laughing? Was she smiling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you greet her with a hug? How did you greet her?
A hug and a kiss.
Okay. And so we can't see the rest of anything, but when she came in, how long did she stay?
She stayed for about maybe 15, 20 minutes because we moved all of her stuff to our storage at the studio because we had to make room for inventory. And that's why she came on February 5th to pick up her stuff from the studio.
Okay. And did you see her? Have you seen her after that?
I didn't see her after that. I was actually doing a photo shoot in the studio, so I didn't physically see her. I just saw her on the camera. And then she followed with a happy birthday to me on February 7th.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to respond because of this whole TPO thing. So that kind of hurt.
Okay. I'm going to show you the next video. And at some point, you testified that Victoria, your sister, actually removed items from the house, from your house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
It was the day after I was subpoenaed to testify on behalf of Victoria's father, Humphrey Orlu. So she moved out on November 9th.
Okay. And then the video that you took, how did you take the video?
Of the surveillance at the studio.
Okay, from surveillance at the studio?
Yeah, ADT. Yeah,
okay.
We have cameras around the building.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what I've marked as Respondents Exhibit 4. Okay. Let's share. Oh, it's disabled again. Okay, now I can share. Let's see. Okay, who was that with Victoria?
My mom, Deborah Howard.
Okay, that is your mom removing items from the house. And what items is she removing?
She's helping Victoria put her boxes in her car from the studio.
Okay. And when was that video taken again?
On February 5th, 2023.
Okay. So she came to where she knew you would be, and she knew where Mr. Barlow would be. Your co-defendant, I'll call him at this point, and removed items from the home, or the studio, as you call it.
Yes, she knew that we were both there.
Okay. Have you ever threatened your mom?
No.
Have you ever assaulted your mom?
Never.
Okay. I want to ask you, during the time that your sister was moving out, were you and your mom on good terms?
We weren't on good terms, no.
Okay. When was the last time you feel like you guys were on good terms?
Maybe before October.
Okay. So what happened, and I guess what happened to change that?
So I am a public figure, and there's this woman by the name of Precious Dawson who was actually my mom's witness in the first hearing, but we weren't able to testify that day. She was online stating that she was going to kill me. And, my mom and her have a close bond. And my mom has appeared on her live streams, just talking about personal family business. And my mom has relayed information to her for her to exploit and defame my character because I stopped giving my mom money. I stopped supporting my mom financially.
Okay, and I should ask, your mom was financially dependent on you?
Yes.
Okay, for how long?
For about 3 years. Forever, honestly. I mean, but 2019, 2020, and 2021, and 2022. So.
Okay. And so, did you personally tell your mom that you were cutting her off?
Yes, I did. I just felt like it was time to stop enabling my family members, and I just wanted her to get a job to support herself.
Okay. And so, was that the downfall of y'all's relationship? Besides the
Yes.
Did you testify on behalf of your sister's dad against your mother in a modification of custody case?
I did testify, and he expressed to me that he wanted me to let the judge know that Victoria was living with me around July up until November.
Okay, up until she moved out?
Up until she moved out, yes.
Okay, and what day did you testify against your mother?
November 9th.
Okay. And have you spoken to your mother since then?
I haven't spoken to her, but the last message I sent her was on November 4th, basically discussing Victoria's behavior around the home and helping me with the children and cleaning up after herself. That's the last time I sent my mom a message, and she actually relayed that message to Victoria because Victoria apologized the next day, November 5th.
Did she respond to you? Did your mother respond to you in the text?
She didn't. No.
Okay. I'd like, Ms. Broom, if we can bring up, this is going to be Respondents Exhibit 1. All right, Ms. Howard, can you identify the document that we're looking at as Respondents Exhibit 1, a text from you to your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And when was this text sent?
On Friday, November 4th, 2022.
Okay. And in the text, you actually just testified that you sent your mother, I guess, a message to pretty much talk to Victoria or make sure she was, talk to her about just behaving, and other things. Is that correct?
Yes, and wanting her to do better around the house so we can, pay that $400 for her to enroll into basketball, which I did.
Okay. And November 4th, on that day, did you have any kind of animosity or anything against your mom?
No.
Okay. And I see you titled, do you have her saved as Mom with Hearts? What's that for?
She's my mom.
Okay. I'd like to tender into evidence. This is going to be Respondents Exhibit 1.
No objection.
All right, it's submitted without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to see the police report that was filed by your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And the day that the police actually, well, let me ask you, the police indeed talked to you on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, we can take this text down. Thank you. All right. And so that day that the police actually spoke with you and your mom, around what time was that? Do you remember?
It was in the night. I'm not sure of the time at all.
Okay.
Maybe
And
around 8, 7 p.m.
okay. And did you have a chance to see the supplemental report that your mom did?
I read over it briefly.
Okay. Would you say the police report is accurate as far as what was detailed? And I can, if we can put up Respondents Exhibit 2. Thank you. If we can go to, I think it's on page 3. Thank you. And Ms. Howard, in looking at the report, is everything accurate on that report as far as what took place when the police arrived?
It's not accurate, no.
Okay. What part is? Is there something left out?
It's not accurate. I don't, the only thing that I remember happening that night is I'm telling the police that my mom doesn't have anything in my garage. She doesn't own anything here. She doesn't live here. And she just called the police and they came to my property and they just questioned me and they just decided that they couldn't do anything about it because you can't really go into my garage and take a box and say that it's yours.
Oh, okay. And I don't mean as far as what I don't mean the details. I mean just as far as I understand what you're saying now, as far as when you say it's not accurate, but what they're saying is what your mom said. So when it says I made contact with Deborah Howard, and this is stuff that your mom is saying, I'm asking you as far as the report is concerned, not as far as whether this really happened, what she was alleging.
So are you asking me, are there any details left out?
Right. I'm just asking you this police report and looking at this police report. Is this what happened when the police came? Not that.
No.
Okay. What are you saying happened that's not reflected?
Well, she's stating that I took her belongings out of the house's garage and threw them in a dumpster at an unknown location. I did not do that.
Okay, Miss Howard, I'm not saying. So you see where it says your mom is actually telling the police this. I'm not asking you whether this is accurate as far as what she's saying. The report, I get that she reported that. So as far as anything that's dealing with you, because she can report what she wants to report,
Right.
whether it's true or not. So, but as far as them coming out, as far as the time that they came out, as far as them talking to you, is all of that accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you had a chance to read over the supplemental police report that was filed by your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And we can take this down. It's already in evidence. It's our respondents too, but it's already been tendered under petitioner. All right, so I want to ask you, your mom said that she actually came to your house and that you and Mr. Barlow and your aunt actually punctured her tires. Can you tell me what happened that day?
Okay, so that day my mom was dropping off Victoria and she parked in visitors parking. And I went outside to have a conversation with my mom and my Auntie Jillian also came with me because we both wanted to talk about what Precious Dawson was putting online about us, because the only way that she would have ever known any of our family business is through my mom, since Precious Dawson and my mom have a relationship.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then, she just drove out so fast. She almost hit me and she just sped off. I didn't even get to have a conversation with my mom at all.
Okay. And your sister actually got out of the car and stayed with you that day?
Yeah, so Victoria stayed with me that day, yes.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Barlow come outside?
He was outside, but he took my 3 children inside of the home.
Okay.
So he did not stay outside.
Okay. And so you heard what you heard your mother say, that you were aggressively coming to her, that you wanted to I guess she all but said you wanted to fight her, but you were aggressively coming to her. How was your demeanor at that time?
I was upset. I was really upset. I was hurt by all of these allegations that they were spreading online about me. I was just really hurt, and I wanted to have a in-person conversation with my mom, since she was avoiding my calls and my text messages. She was, in my mind, running from the conversation.
Okay. And so, did you attempt to attack her in any kind of way?
I didn't attempt to attack my mom at all. I just wanted to have a conversation.
Okay. And so, when she drove off, you said she actually almost hit you. Where were you in location to where her car was?
I was in the back of the car.
Okay. Behind the car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you heard your mom say that she didn't know what happened to her tires, but she's alleging that it could have been you or someone there that actually punctured her tires. When she drove off, did you see any issues with her tires? Did you even know to look at anything dealing with her tires?
Nothing. I was just approaching my mom's vehicle to have a conversation with her. That's all.
Okay. And hold on one moment. Bear with me one moment. When you see in the police report where she actually says that you were yelling at her, I guess there was yelling. While she was yelling, her auntie Jillian and her boyfriend Earl approached my vehicle and started vandalizing my vehicle. Did you vandalize her vehicle? Did you do anything to her vehicle?
No.
Did you bang on her vehicle?
No.
Did you kick her vehicle?
No.
Okay. Did you see Jillian or anybody else kick her vehicle or puncture her tires?
Absolutely not. No. We just wanted to have a conversation about Precious saying she's going to kill me, and my mom corresponding with her even after she said that.
Okay.
And I filed a police report regarding that situation as well.
Okay. And so I want to ask you, as far as after she dropped your sister off on October 22nd, and prior to you saying the last time you talked to her was November 4th, did you guys have any interaction after the 22nd?
No interaction.
Okay. And why is that?
I just feel hurt. I still do feel hurt because this person is still online attacking me. And as I said before, before, you know, my mom and her have a close bond. I am this person's, her daughter is my goddaughter, and I just feel like, you know, my mom should be able to get through to her instead of enabling her to continue with her defamation against my character.
Are you
So
aware
that's
of?
where my
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said that's where my pain comes in, and just, you know, the overall stealing from me, and, you know, taking my credit card and spending $12,000 at the Apple store. I just feel like I need a break, you know, and so I just distanced myself so I don't continue in this toxic cycle. I just need a break. So I just stepped away and took care of my sister.
All right. So let me ask you this: have you seen your mom speaking about you on Instagram or anything?
So a few of my fans, they actually sent me videos of my mom basically saying, you know, she put everybody on, she put Auntie Jillian on, meaning I've established their careers, and my mom has been upset about that. Obviously I've tried to help my mom in the past, but it just didn't work out the way we expected it to.
Okay. And so March 11th of this year, was your mom actually on an Instagram live referencing you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And Earl Barlow and Auntie Jillian Danforth.
Okay. And if I'm able to share, I'm going to share the video, which is our Respondents Exhibit 5. I'm sorry, hold on 1 moment. And I'm still disabled. I'm sorry.
And will you lay the foundation for this through your witness?
Yes. So did you have a chance to screen record the live that your mom actually made talking about you?
I actually didn't watch the live. My supporters actually sent bits and pieces of the live. My mom doesn't have a huge following on Instagram, and a few of my fans, they just, you know, just reported to me stating that your mom is on live talking about you, I think Jillian and Earl, and she's going to expose the truth about you guys using people for views and likes.
Say, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Heron?
Your Honor, I mean, Miss Howard, her mom has already testified to actually doing a live. She actually asked me to share the live at that point, remember, I couldn't even get my video. We were trying to figure out the video.
I agree. What her supporters are telling her, though, I do agree is hearsay, and I'm going to sustain the objection as it goes to that.
And so, I'm sorry. I thought you were objecting to the video, Mr. Branch.
No, I believe that's what the objection was.
It was an objection for the hearsay, not to the video, which we'll get
okay. Yeah, so you can't tell us what your supporters told you. But based on what you were told, you actually had a chance to view the Instagram live?
Not the whole live. Not the entire live.
The video that you provided to my office that you want me to show to the judge, you've actually seen that video, right?
I've seen that part, yes.
Okay. And so in that video, can you identify that this is your mom in the video?
Yes.
Okay. And where exactly did you get the video?
One of my supporters.
Okay. And I'd like to share the video. It still shows me disabled.
All right, we will make you a co-host.
Okay, not yet.
I think they're working on it. I don't know if there's.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, we are. Thank you.
I thought so.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. Oh, sorry, did I do that? I'm sorry. I don't know if I touched something. Do I need to resume recording? But y'all probably should make me co-host.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go.
By the time they say, "Oh, you get into that one do this," I get a text from one of them old haggards. "Oh, we're getting old, and who getting old? You mean you getting old? I didn't get old. I haven't been on social media. Everybody on it, put everybody on except Latoya's mom, okay, who has tremendous gifts, right? Okay." Yeah.
All right, and obviously you couldn't reach out to your mom to ask why she was speaking about you on a live. But what? I'm sorry. Hold on one moment. Obviously, you can reach out to her with this TPO, but I mean, have you been privy to any other things that she's actually been doing as far as speaking about you and your family, or speaking about you specifically and your auntie Jillian on any kind of platforms?
Yes, yes, yes.
What other platforms?
This platform called Bigo. So basically, the person I was talking about, Precious Dawson, she called my mom and they were just talking about, my personal business. I don't think my mom knew that she was being recorded, but Precious did record the conversation.
Okay. I want to go to my next exhibit. One moment, okay? And I'm sorry, you guys, I went all the way out of my folder, so bear with me. All right, was there another time where you actually did any kind of screen recording in reference to your mom actually stealing from you? And I guess recently?
Recently, no.
When was that?
You're saying, can you repeat that?
So were there any messages that you actually, any recordings that you had in conversation regarding theft from your mom?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you screen record any of the emails that you had from your mom from her stealing from you?
Yes.
Okay. And are those the emails? I know you referenced that it started back in 2019. And that's pretty much some of the stuff that you found in the boxes. Are those going to be the emails that we see?
Yes.
Okay. Bear with me one moment. Let me pull it up. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm disabled again. I'm disabled as far as the screen. And I think this is my last video.
All right, we will enable you one more time.
Okay. And I'm sorry, there's one video after this one. All right, can you, I want you to tell me what we're going to be looking at here as far as, before I started, as far as what we're seeing here in this video. Can you identify
Is this email that you've taken?
Yes, so I reported to Officer Robert Elbeck at the Dunwoody Police Station about opening a case against my mom for stealing my personal belongings. I sent him.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the relevance. We've already said that there's allegations of theft, but we weren't going to dive into that specifics.
If I can respond, that the relevance is she's saying she finally found the stuff that was stolen. It was in the box. That she said that earlier. That she suspected her mom was stealing from her, accused her mom of stealing from her. She has a fashion line that she had, and that's what she ended up seeing in the box that day.
So, but this is just additional her saying that she reported items stolen. So is there any indication of what the items are that are in this email?
One of the things is she talks about the business credit card on apple.com. And some other items.
Yeah, I sent a document of all the.
Hold on, stop. I need you to let your attorney speak for you.
Sorry.
And then other items that she's actually accusing her mom of stealing.
Okay. Again, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with getting into other bad acts coming in against someone. And whether they're relevant to whether this person has years later committed bad acts against the other person.
And Your Honor, if I might add,
Yes.
the fact that these messages are all from 2021, unless there's anything relevant to what occurred in October of 2022, I can't see how they could be revealing of that theft and related to this case.
Well, here's the thing. I will say this, Your Honor. This is evidence rebutting what was put in the TPO. So had mom not said, hey, my items were thrown away, and items that Ms. Howard has clearly said over the years are stolen items, and then she finally finds these boxes with the stolen items that she's actually referencing, then I wouldn't have to go here with anything. If Your Honor is saying that that's not being taken into consideration, then I'm fine with that. But on page 13 of the petition from the mom, that's what starts this whole thing. She literally says her stuff was thrown out. She literally gives evidence, exhibits that she's saying my stuff was thrown out. And Miss Howard is saying no. If Your Honor is not even considering that part, then I don't have to do any of that.
No, so if she's saying some of these items are what was in those boxes, that's fine. But so I will overrule the objection as to that. But, that doesn't negate the possibility that there were mixed persons items in that garage on that day. And some were the mother's and some were stolen items, right? So it's not, based on that, these may be some of the items that were in the garage, I will allow it. I'll overrule the objection. And I'll admit it.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna hit play. It's submitted in 2 seconds.
And it's as to ownership of the alleged property that was trespassed.
Okay. And Ms. Howard, since this video has no audio, can you tell us what we're looking at as it plays?
Okay, so I'm in correspondence with Robert Elbeck. He told me to send over all of the evidence that I have of my mom stealing my items. I decided to just drop the case because it's just materialistic things, and that was that. I didn't continue with the case.
Okay, but this is not.
Also, I'm basically telling my mom, you stole my things, and then she's just moving into conversations about trying to expose my relationships with my relationship that I had previously with a previous partner.
Okay, so some of these messages are with your mom.
Yeah.
And as you accuse her of, go ahead.
I'm just basically saying, are you going to send the box you took from my home? And then she's saying that she's going to expose me. She's going to send, the blogs, videos of my boyfriend and I at the time. She's basically trying to redirect the conversation in these text messages.
Okay. And so this text message, as you claim to walk in your truth, laugh out loud, what is that?
That's my mom I don't know what she's talking about. I was just trying to get my belongings back.
Okay. All right. And the box that you're referring to, that she took from the home, what is that supposed to be?
All of my designer bags, my accessories, my shoes.
Okay.
She came.
All right. And so there's one more video. And I want you to tell me, did you personally hear, I guess her friend, actually threaten you?
Yes, I was on the call with her when she personally threatened me.
Okay. And
I'm going to object again to relevance. I've heard the video that you're referring to, and there's nothing that implicates my client with that conversation. It's not related to this case.
So, Ms. Heron, I'll let you respond.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's basically threatening to kill her. That's what and my client actually testified that that's where they actually started to have a bad relationship.
I think that is stretching that unless there is evidence that the petitioner was present and part of this threat to kill. I do think she's already testified that there has been that her mom was friends with somebody who threatened her, but I don't think the actual threat of someone else that this petitioner, unless there's evidence that this petitioner was a party to any of that, and present and part of that threat, then I am going to sustain the objection to this.
Okay. Okay. And I think for Ms. Howard, her point is, this was part of the motivation for her mom to actually begin to make allegations and file things against her as she's done in the past, and really, after cutting her off financially and after testifying against her mom in a custody case involving her sister.
I understand, but I think someone else's threat to kill that was not a petitioner was not a party to. I don't think that its relevance is too tenuous for this purpose.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and I'll send this in a separate link with the PDF, but I'd like to tender into evidence. This is our videos that we showed. This is Respondents Exhibit 10, which is the Ring camera video. And then there was Respondents Exhibit 9. I'm sorry, not 9, but 6. There was Respondents Exhibit 5 and Respondents Exhibit 4 and 3. Those were the videos that we showed.
All right. Mr. Branch?
No objection.
Okay, so those are admitted now without objection, and they've already been published. If you can't get them through the link, I would just ask that through the PDF format. You may have to do each one in a separate PDF format. I'm not sure. I don't work that end of it. But if you can't do that, you can just put them on a disk or a thumb drive and send that in as well. All right. Ms. Heron, anything else?
Yes, I do. And Ms. Howard, I want to ask you, were there any other text messages between you and your mom, I guess, regarding really your sister back in October?
Yes.
Okay. What messages were those?
Just messages of me stating that I did not throw out any of Victoria's property.
Okay.
It was cleaning out my garage.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is the last video. It's just one more video, and it's actually text messages, screen recordings of text messages between Miss Howard and her mom, where she definitely in October maintains that this property is hers that she had, and they kind of go back and forth in those text messages. So I just need to be able to, I guess, be made the co-host again.
All right, we'll do that. Has it popped up yet?
No, Your Honor, not yet.
Your Honor, may I be able to use the restroom really quick?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a 2-minute break.
Thank you.
There is the end of part 2 of
Hold on,
the
kitchen. Hold on, past kitchen. You are not taking the floor here. Past kitchen, there's present kitchen ladies here. Okay. There's 17 of you here. Listening somehow. Do we want to? I don't think. How about this? Hi, guys. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great evening. In case you're just joining us and you're actually into this case, thank you, first of all, for being into a case that's been on my channel. Secondly, I'm about to disappoint you because I'm not going to show the rest of it right now. But I'm not that bad because this video is already posted on my channel and you can get it totally free and go watch it. Yeah, that's the problem, CRD. That's the problem. It's very late slash early slash, you know. So I'm not going to show any more of that. What I am going to look for, because you can still see it if you want. Like, I wouldn't leave you guys hanging if I was, if it wasn't already posted, but it's posted. So if you want to go see it, you can go see it. It's called Mom versus YouTuber Daughter TPO Hearing. And you know what, guys? You've already watched part 1 and 2. And so all you've got left is part 3. And I'll tell you a little secret. And here's a spoiler alert. I'll give you a moment to just not listen or close your ears. They're both annoying. And it's lame. It's not even a great hearing. The only reason I got I'm not done being a snarky bitch. I'm just done listening to them. You just want to know the ending? I'm fairly certain that the judge did not put it in place. Absolutely anybody who actually wants to watch that case right now, leave. I'm the worst YouTuber in the world. Leave the video immediately. Stop watching. No, what I'm gonna do is legitimately fast forward to the end of part 3 and see what the Here,
ruling
and
was.
I'd love.
And because I can't remember, honestly. This judge is also so quick with her freaking rulings that if you are not on top of it, man, you'll miss it. She doesn't mince words after she's made a decision. She pieces. Also, guys, um, two things. I love that some of you thought that Streamlabs was a real person. That just still tickles my heart. But secondly, um, see, it's late now, and I have a hard time remembering. Oh, Judge Kim would detain me too for my attitude. Absolutely. All right, well, let's just watch this last little bit. I've literally went to the end of part 3 so that we're gonna see what it is, guys. So this is your absolute spoiler alert. Do not blame me if you're like, why the fuck? Because this is a live video and this is different. I don't think we even want to hear their closings, to be quite frank with you, because he was not very good. I don't really like Mr. whatever his name is, Branch, I think it is. Yeah, here's the judge talking. So he would have had the last word because she was the petitioner. Okay.
Can't remember calling the police and talking to them, or the person that has been dealing with this suffered from attacks by the respondent years before and has let things go, and now things have escalated again. This is a pattern that it goes on between these parties, and if a protective order isn't issued, it is likely to occur again. Thank you.
These kinds of cases are very sad when they come before the court and dealing with families that have multiple layers of bad dynamics going on. I try my best to resolve conflicts in testimony as if no one is lying to the court and they are from different perspectives. And often the truth lies in the middle. But I have to do my best to do that. And in these cases, by a preponderance of the evidence. And here there is clearly ongoing animosity between the parties for different reasons between the different parties. But given the timing, and most importantly, of all the evidence I've heard, and I've heard different things about different parties making different statements before and after different TPOs being issued, or the ex parte being issued. But what is striking to the court the most is that there have been no alleged incidents since October of 2022, and the parties do not reside near each other. And so, based on everything that I've heard, with an adult mother and daughter who haven't had an incident since October of 2022 and don't live near each other, I cannot find by preponderance of the evidence that an extension of the order.
Yeah. Well, I literally almost didn't catch the end of that, guys. That was close. Do you see how close that was? Give me 1 second because what I'm pulling up was something. Passwords never work. They never do. We may just not be able to do it. Not tonight. It's still dark out where I am, which means it's still nighttime. Hi, Mayor. We might not. We are sort of up. I can't even remember if you were here when at what points tonight, Mayor. We've had so much go on at all different times. I honestly, we've all had like bad cases where we want to catch it, and I've like screamed at my phone or at my whatever, and I've been like, no, like, why did you cut that stream? Actually, I've said a lot worse words. Oh, the question is, yeah, are does YouTube Daddy worry about words that I say? Probably. You know, YouTube Daddy like puts himself into everybody's business. Oh, CRD, listen, I'm not even going to deny that there is a huge possibility that I will just continue into today and then sleep tonight, like Saturday. Um, you don't think they check after like 40 minutes on the live stream? Do you know why I wonder about that? Is like, why? Why, if they care for 40 minutes, would they not care for the other minutes? I know there's a 10-minute window. No, I didn't. I did not stream on Thursday night. I took a night off. So, but I know I'm not supposed to cuss that much and I'm trying not to, but the reality is like I do. And also I just I just want to know his rules. I just want to know YouTube Daddy rules. Um See, this that's called sleep shaming, guys. And yes, we are live now. I'm served. Mikey's here too. You guys wake up so early. It's not even fair. It's not even that late. Well, it is late, but we don't sleep shame in the kitchen. You can come here late, you can come here early. And all I'm showing you is that this is my application for the late night anchor of LawTube Network, where I'll do the night shift. I know YouTube Daddy does not know his rules. We actually have not. I'm keeping things down here. Yeah, that means it's 4 a.m. here. Wait, you're posting a video now? That's hilarious. Of course you are. You make such good videos, Time Surfed. We were talking about you tonight. And um yeah, we had a good night. No, dude, we're live right now. Also, I literally got YouTube Daddy got mad at me in the middle of a live stream. Yeah. Which some people say means I've made it, but I really just think it's more the music. But I'm gonna also just mean it. It's because I've made it. Anyways, yeah, no, we're live. We've been watching court, and then we got into watching other stuff, and then apparently the second you leave the court area of YouTube, they get really upset. No, I yeah, YouTube Daddy literally shut me down. But the weird part was I could still see the chat and the stream looked like it was working on my end on Streamlabs. But everyone's like, oh no, YouTube Daddy, YouTube Daddy. And I was just like, Mayor does have a wrench here. Um, Also, Jonathan won 1,000,000 points tonight. He won 1,000,000 KCC points. Also, again, I'm gonna have to say this like every hour. Actually, you know what, Amy, let's make a note to like put a Gamblers Anonymous like note in the chat every hour or so, just in case. because I know that we're encouraging a lot of gambling on the channel, and I'm not actually YouTube daddy. It's not real gambling. Um, I will be on time served as soon as you can figure it out. And you can come to my kitchen. Um, now to remember to look at the note. I know, right? Like I have so many notes. Also, time served. Hold on. Check out my light when I've got it like perfectly set. Wait, I have to be smaller though. It looks better when I'm like YouTube size or like Zoom sized. And then it's pretty good, doesn't it? Doesn't that like you'd be like, wow, that's sort of like a background almost. No, that is real. This is my air dryer. I'm just joking. It's an old iPhone. Oh, you saw it last night, probably. I was also wearing glasses, which, changes your personality. Um, is your video almost done, Phil? Are you gonna be posting it soon? Are you gonna like maybe you should do it as a live premiere? Just an idea. Why I don't know why the points are so hard to give to people. They're really easy to lose. They let you gamble them very quickly, but they do not let you give them very much. KCC Reacts video. I mean, that's sort of what I do all the time. But I have a lot to react to, but I don't know the YouTube rules yet. We're working on learning that part. But my friends, it is getting late. Well, early, late. Um, and I probably should get going because I have some videos to actually post, and then I'm going to be going live tonight. Um, but I want you guys to check in because Time Served has his continuation of the custody divorce thing that we were watching yesterday. And then also, I'm getting an inkling, maybe a little feeling, and maybe I'm wrong. But the past few Saturdays, I have gotten a lovely little alert on my phone indicating that Mikey from Credence and Mikey was live. So make sure that you guys check that out and make sure your notifications are on and you're subbed to both of those channels. That's absolutely very important because I heard that Time Served is going live today, Saturday, and who knows about Mikey. I'm not gonna pin him to anything because it's Saturday, so maybe it's his day off. But I will be back Saturday night West Coast time. I know it sounds like I start late, but remember, y'all are starting in the morning. And tomorrow or today, it's Saturday night, we're going to do some fun chat API things, Amy. So make sure to come back. And yeah, I think that that is pretty much it. I honestly, I'm I don't want to move anything because I'm never going to be able to get this shot properly set up like that again, but I have to because this is actually my kitchen. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you jumping from stream to stream with me, listening to me chat and ramble and watching court as usual. Um Yes, please do get sleep if you need to get sleep. The beauty about all of these lives that I do is that you can watch later. So you don't have to be live to help support me. You can do it later. Um, Linny is mentioning about MREs. Yes, it is gross sometimes, the old food that is in them, but they're meant for, I guess being eaten by military people for the most part. Anyways, absolutely. You guys are all very important to me. I have such fun with you. You guys are hilarious. And I can't wait to do it again soon. Go check out Credence and Mikey. Go check out Time Served, please. Time Served, like let's boost everybody's numbers. What I want to have concerted efforts going forward on Fridays for Follow Friday. I'm going to be tracking numbers. I want to know how many more subs we get, people. Let's make it a thing, you know? Anyways, it'll be fun. Everybody's going to grow. I can feel it. I have the magic now. We did have a lot of discussions tonight. Absolutely, Mayor. We'd love to help you out too. We should go check out Mayor as well, guys. I don't know if he dances around in a mankini though, and I'm not sponsored by mankinis yet. So, anyways. Okay, guys, I really appreciate you coming to the kitchen. I will get some more court together for us tomorrow night, and we will have a wonderful time. Please go watch Time Served and Credence and Mikey. I've been revisiting old cases of theirs as well as obviously all the new stuff that Time Served's putting out. And you guys see me over in the chat when Credence and Mikey are live. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Have a wonderful evening. Please be safe. I love you. Talk to you later. Bye.